I will keep this on long as it, as long as I can continue breathing in it, essentially. So it's actually quite hard to see in this. Just turn off the volume and put the volume back on the computer. How Jim Sterling works in one of these. Oh, that's all good. Okay. We'll just wait around for Altair to show up. Or really anyone to show up, since we have 0 viewers. I will inform the usual suspects. Oh, hello. Everyone's here. Excellent. We can't really read the chat in this. Hello, I see. Ipsy. There has been a time skip. Hello, Mike. Yeah, so. He's fiddling with the volume. Hang on. Hang on. Why is this not picking up the... What is your problem, computer? Is it because it changed resolution? Hang on. Let's open it again. My apologies. This light's also in a terrible place. I look terrible. So it was showing the menu and then it all messed up when it actually tried. Here we go. That's better.
A mysterious darkness conquered the island of Marinette. There was either a god or a demon who controlled the island, and no one tried to go there. A high elf in the forest told of a blue light that came down from the sky and struck the island. The blue light penetrated deep into the island's underworld.
Yeah, Altair will be here in a sec.
For hundreds of years, the island had been carved by people who were challenged and destroyed by the island's energy. Legends say, never approach the island, for a sleeping beast in the darkness waits for a great awakening.
So that is indeed copyright 1995. This game is 26 years old. See, this is 20 years before Bloodborne. I'll just leave it on this for a while because Altair hasn't come back yet, so... That's let's watch the intro again, because some people are still arriving.
A mysterious darkness conquered the island of Marinette. There was either a god or a demon who controlled the island, and no one tried to go there. A high elf in the forest told of a blue light that came down from the sky and struck the island. The blue light penetrated deep into the island's underworld. For hundreds of years, the island had been carved by people who were challenged and destroyed by the island's energy.
$1995, I would have been playing an import copy of Final Fantasy VI.
Never approach the island, for a sleeping beast in the darkness waits for a great awakening.
We're gonna die a lot, so I might just start now, because it's not like Altair is gonna miss anything important. Now, I play Kingsfield on this PS3 quite a bit, so unless I've wiped my memory space, my virtual memory cards. Ah, Moonlight Sword, check it out. Yeah, here we go. I should have some saves on here. I won't load any, but we'll load them later on, because it'll be later on in the game. Yeah, there we go, okay, cool. This is, this uses, the... So I'll go into a little discussion about the PlayStation controller. You see how this circle and the X button? That's because in Japan, the convention is that circle is accept, as in like, circle it, it's good, and X is cancel, so it's like, no. But then when the games get moved over to the Western world, that gets reversed most of the time, so we're used to having X as accept and circle as cancel. But this localization of Kingsfield doesn't follow that, so I have to keep remembering that no, it's circle to accept instead of cancel, and it can actually really throw you, so... See, this is the European version of Kingsfield, so we've got 3 different languages to pick from. And we've already started. So this is... Actually, I'll show you. This is the very beginning of the game. So you start on this island in the water, and okay, that part of the sea is safe to walk on, because you can see that there's some land underneath, but the rest isn't. So if you just start and you're like, oh, I wonder what this game's about, you're dead. And what happens when you die is, like, you didn't really notice anything then, because we just started the game. But every time you die in Kingsfield, you go back here. Like, you don't keep anything, you just reset. What is that in the chat? It probably was the Wheels on Stream, yeah. They changed it for the West, I think, because we're just used to it, because that's like A and B buttons on a console. So, yeah, Altair's not feeling great, but she might join us later on. So, this is Kingsfield. I mentioned this a little bit before when we were streaming Dark Souls. Sort of like the design that a lot of people associate with Dark Souls is kind of already here. You can see, like, we have those two little I'll swing my sword, hang on. Which button is it? So those little bars, like under the hit points and magic points, that's stamina bar, exactly like in Dark Souls and Demon Souls. So it's kind of where that notion comes from. This does use tank controls, which is kind of like awkward. For people who are too young to remember, when the first PlayStation came out, it did not have analog sticks. It just had a directional pad. So a lot of 3D games from that era, they use tank controls. Like, you use the left and the right directional pad buttons to turn and the forward button to go forward. It works in Kingsfield because it's very, very slow. But, like, if you think about the Nintendo 64 that was out at around the same time, that had an analog stick that was way better for 3D movement. But it's still fine. So, in true, like, Dark Souls-y style, we have a bunch of different places we can go just immediately from the beginning. So let's go... There's an NPC over here. You can talk to him. This mask is fogging up a lot. I thought it's very hard to see. Luckily, nothing in this game is very detailed, so... Also, no voice acting apart from the intro and outro, so it's all going to be text. Hello. Hey. I think it's circle to talk. Oh, no one has any faces at all, by the way. God. Okay, we're talking to him as we... Sorry. We talked to him as we fell off the side and it froze in midair. Where are you? Hello. I came here to look for the Vikings' treasures, but this island is filled with poison and now I can't live without the water on this island. I cannot leave. So, immediately, like, that's a very kind of Soulsy NPC. It's like, I'm just trapped in this location, I'm dependent on something, and I'm gonna, like, just go mad here because I can't leave. That's excellent. It uses, there are Estus Flask equivalents, but they are encountered so late in the game that for the first part, we're just going to have to heal using herbs. I'm going to show you something else, because I have played this a lot, but not for a while, so I can't promise I'm going to make it. But this is like a pathway, kind of like going to the catacombs, where if you... Whoa, almost off the side. If you know where it is, and you... Ooh, never mind. Clearly I don't know where it is. We'll try that again, because it's going to respawn here. Basically, the first spell in the game is across there. And it's a place that, like, we don't necessarily need it, it's just useful to have it. Like a lot of, you know, like, Dark Souls-y stuff, there's just things that are very useful. They're not required, it's not going to gate you if you don't have it. Basically, if we can make it to the other end of this thing without either falling off or being killed by flying fish, we will get to a sort of lighthouse area, and if we get to the top of the lighthouse, here we are, if we can make it to the top of the lighthouse, we get a flame that becomes our fire spell. You can get a sense here of like how sort of awkward it is to control, which makes it a lot more tense than you would think to just climb something. So where is it? Here it is. Yes, I will take that. So, it doesn't really tell you what that is. You gotta go into the menu and use it. Which is again, like, that's another sort of like Dark Souls-y thing. It's like, why would you not want to use this item? But they give you the option of not using it. I guess kind of like... Demon Souls does that thing where in order to level up you have to go through a bunch of confirmation prompts at the start. that's like, are you sure? Are you sure this is a good idea? Do you actually want this like weird lady to start screwing around with your soul? Which makes it feel like leveling up is a lot more significant and sort of really makes you feel like this is not something maybe you should be doing. I forget how, there's some command that like resets your view, but I can't remember what it is. So we've got to go back now. Now, I can't remember which way I came from. Which is stupid because I have a map. I have a compass, sorry. One of these takes us back, and one of them will take us to an area where there's an armor set. So, maybe it's this one. This seems like the way back. So I haven't, there's like, yeah, that's the shore again, okay, cool. Oh, it's not, fuck. Well, I'll take that anyway. So it'll be the other path off here. Oh, hang on, let's equip our thing. Body, breastplate. Nice. And here we go, like there. So you can see under where it says hit points 40, there's like a little red bar. And as we attack, see it goes back down, and we've got to wait for it to go back up again. So it's literally like this is the stamina system from Demon Souls that people sort of credit that game with, but it actually starts here. Alright, so there's an awful lot of hidden doors in Kingsfield as well. I'm not exaggerating when I say like over half the doors in this game are actually hidden ones. And they're not illusory walls, you have to actually press confirm next to them, kind of like the hidden doors in Doom. So now, round about here, someone mentioned kill the octopus. So what they're referring to is, when we go through here, there's a giant octopus monster. Like we ran into one earlier when we were getting the breastplate. There's a huge octopus along here, and it will basically, if you think of it kind of like the zombie dragon in the Valley of Drakes, it just kind of, it's round the corner there. So we have to go past, you can see it moving, we have to go past really, really quickly, because if it catches us, we will just die. Here's we just made it past. So this is, again, like I talked about with, I think she got a heal, running to the catacombs. This is a similar situation, because, oh no, fell off the edge, okay. So, okay, this is a good example of what I mean, because see, we've restarted. We're back exactly at the start, and if you've played Souls, you might think, is this a checkpoint? No. As you can see, we have no equipment, no items, no magic. So we've actually you've essentially just had to restart the whole game by dying. That happens every time you die. And the only way you can actually save your progress is at save points. And the first save point, you probably won't find it for a couple of hours. So let's go here instead. So this is a good example of like, there's these barrels lying around. And you just got to check them, because they sometimes have good stuff in them. So like Dark Souls, if you know where the items are, when you start a new run, you can very easily kind of get strong early. But prior to that, there's a lot of exploration. So yeah, get used to this music because it just loops forever. I mean, it's quite pleasant. This is a hidden wall. You can tell this isn't easy to tell one because it's a different color to everything else. So. But most of the doors in the game are there. It's not one of those squid things. So this is Kingsfield combat. You basically circle straight, kind of like an FPS. You just got to circle straight everything, and then hit it. Until it dies. It's really exciting. Like, from my perspective, this is actually kind of tense, because you gotta be very, very careful, but I imagine to actually watch, this is exactly what it looks like, which is someone very slowly walking around an octopus and hitting it in the head. Also, yeah, that thing that just happened there, that's not a glitch. A lot of the enemies do this, where like, after you've done a certain amount of damage, part of them will fall off. So like those sort of dragonfly things we were running into on the shoreline, if you do enough damage to them, their abdomens fall off. And like the sort of the wing part keeps flying at you. There we go. And that squid had gold, inexplicably. There's a slime. You might think that's an eye. That's not like part of the environment. There's actually a slime monster. So. Hello. And yeah, the fire magic, which we don't have anymore because we fell off a cliff, that's actually very, very, very powerful. It'll one-shot a lot of the monsters here, but you can't get magic points back by resting. Like, there's no bonfires or anything. The only way you can recover them is through special magic point restoration items, of which there are none at this point in the game. So basically, if you get the fireball now, you get maybe like 6 fireballs, and then in a couple of hours you might get another 6, so it's... Also, for like, this has a traditional experience point level up system, so there's no souls. There's actually just currency and then experience points. They're not consolidated into one resource like they are in the Souls games. Also, yeah, I can't see the chat, I'm sorry. It's on the screen, but I'm wearing a Plague Doctor mask that makes it impossible to see anything. If I weren't playing a game that was as old as Kingsfield, I probably would not be able to see it either. But thankfully everything in the game is very, very simple. So this is interesting. This is how you heal at the start of the game. They give you this infinite hit point recovery fountain that you can use as often as you want. And it's the closest thing, I guess, it has to sort of a bonfire. And may have noticed that when we were talking to that fisherman, he said something about the water on the island. So this is the sort of premise of Kingsfield, is that there's this island has this sort of healing water on it. And what it is it's this, like, it's magic healing water. It basically makes you immortal because as you can see, we're drinking it, we're just not dying. So if you have enough of this water, you will never ever die. But the only place you can get the water is on this island. So the characters, like the fisherman there, he said, I came to the island because I was poisoned. No, he came to the island and it was poisoned. There was poison here. So what happens is you use this water to heal yourself, but then you become completely dependent on it. And you therefore can't leave the island, because this is the only source of the water. This is where the Estus flask equivalent thing comes in. Because the way that works is you get little flasks that can hold that water. And instead of getting like the Estus flask where you get like 5 at a time, you get them 1 at a time, but there's a lot of them. I think you can get a bit over 20 in the game. It might be 24 or 25, which is quite a lot of healing. But there are characters, because they're desperate to get off the island, that will ask you for flasks in return for other things. And because you have like 20, 25 of these things, you might conceivably think, well, it is maybe worth giving up a couple of my healing charges to get access to the items that that character has. So this game has a very, very interesting economy, but it's like people will trade a lot of things for items that have uses outside of trading. Like there's items that give you magic sort of bonuses and things, like one-time stat ups, which in any other game you would never ever want to get rid of because you want better stats. But there's merchants in this that will accept those items in place of money. And it's like, it has a very interesting economy that they've never really replicated. And I'm now poisoned. As you can see, because my vision's going weird. Should be better now. So you can see we're doing okay because we're near this spring, but as we move away from the spring, we are going to start... It's going to get a lot more dangerous because we won't be able... I mean, if we want to run back and heal, we may have to go across half the map or something to get here. You eventually get a sort of Filing Shrine style area later on that has just a ton of those springs in it. It has a really interesting system where you can actually merge all the waters together to get different coloured water that has different effects. It's very, very well thought out. Take this fucking thing off because I can't see. Oh hey, Altair's ready. Excellent. Alrighty. Hello everyone.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and everyone else should be able to hear you too.
Hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. You are right, Log. So hi everybody. I apologize, but I am feeling a bit sick. I've had quite a few problems in the past day and a couple of days, let's say. So I set up the computer to be so that I can lie down in bed, but other than that, I should be fine. Can everyone hear me now?
People should be able to hear because you're on the same channel as the game.
Okay, very good.
So now that I can hear properly and see properly, I'm gonna try to do this like kind of more properly than before.
I was on stream for a while reading your chat, so
Oh, good.
there was a question.
Yeah.
No, Laga was saying, I really wonder why they moved away from having music during regular game instead of only during bosses. That, I believe, would be Fumito Ueda's influence.
Yeah, so like... Oh yeah, go on. I have a lot to say about
very noticeable.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that is, I mentioned it in the past days, but that is a really, really large component of the ambience of both Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. So I think he was very influenced by that.
Yeah. So From and Music. From have their own record label. This is how much like they care about music, and it's actually the Souls games that did that. Like you said, it came from Fumito Ueda. That got the notion that we won't have music outside of the fights, because like Armored Core's soundtrack, which was like Armored Core was, this is hard to explain to people who like only got on board with Souls, but Armored Core was their flagship series. Like that's what they were known for. They were a mecha game developer for the first like 15 years primarily, and then fantasy was like the secondary thing, and then when Demon Souls hit it big, they became the Dark Fantasy company. But so yeah, the soundtracks of the Armored Core games are extremely important. And the soundtrack of one of their earlier RPGs called Evergrace that's on PS2, like again, it's like the soundtrack plays a huge role in it. And From actually have their own band called Frequency. And that band it's Yuka Kitamura, who does a lot of the Dark Souls and we're dead already, one-shotted by a fish. Yuka Kitamura, who does the Dark Souls music, and she's doing a lot of Elden Ring. And also a guy called Hoshino Koda, who did all the Armored Core stuff and the Evergrace stuff. He hasn't done the Soul stuff. And he is really weird. The music he makes is like very, very sort of discordant and distorted sounding. Nothing else really feels like it.
Sorry, Richie. I did not hear the name of the composer you just said because my internet had a hiccup.
Hoshino Koda.
Oh, okay.
I'll type it in chat. Hang on. Yeah, I think this is an old disc, so it just froze on me, so I'm just restarting. Yeah, so he is really strange. His music is very sort of staccato and distorted sounding. There's a lot of like just weird mechanical noises and stuff, and it does actually really sound like music you would get in like a weird robot. Like it sounds like a computer. Yes. It sounds like a computer breaking down. Yeah. So he was like the guy who did most of the Armored Core music. I don't think he does the first games though, but like he scored Armored Core 4 Answer, the first Miyazaki one, and like that is a very, very, very unique and interesting sounding soundtrack, and every song is like designed to fit that mission. Oh, were you here before? Because they just saw a little pixel art Moonlight Sword. It's on the loading screen. But yeah, like he is, and like the music is such a huge part of Armored Core 4 Answer. Like I have that soundtrack. I just listen to it by itself more so than I actually play the game. So the sort of very, very, the austere sort of quiet of the Souls games is so different to Armored Core 4 Answer, because that is like the second you start playing, it's like down, like constantly in the back, this like weird, very sort of anxiety-inducing, strange noises throughout the missions.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would love to see that. I think it's very interesting. And also this information is interesting because I did not know that about From and Music, and not to say that the tracks aren't good, because I don't think so, but it surprises me just having the Souls experience. It surprises me that music is really important to them,
Yeah.
because it doesn't feel like it's that crucial in the Souls games. It's a little strange. I mean, the only soundtrack that really struck me as very interesting and well made was Bloodborne's.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bit of personal taste though, because for example, Dark Souls' soundtrack, it has some really nice pieces, but in general, it feels a lot. It feels a bit over the top in a
Yeah,
certain
yeah.
sense. So I found that it was kind of a large contrast with the really somber and understated mood of the game
Yeah.
itself. So
Yeah.
it surprises me to hear that it's really important to them.
Yeah,
So
it was,
Riestling
yeah.
says, at the time it was standard procedure in Western games also, music everywhere and sound effects, at least in PC RPGs that I was playing back then. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Richie.
Oh no, just like the music in this, you can hear it. It's just it's quite repetitive, so like it'll probably annoy people in the end. But you can hear how understated it is. It's like do 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 do. There's like it's not big and
Yeah.
And I mean this game is on CD, so they could have done like some big sweeping CD track, but they don't. It's just this very and also like you can see the game. I guess similar to the early Silent Hill games, like the draw distance was quite low,
Yeah.
so they deal with it by just making it it's sort of built into the game that it'll be hard to see what's in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's.
It's funny because when I can't hear the music right now because I have the stream muted. I'm just watching it without sound, not to get confused. But when I heard the music before, when I was watching the stream, I was just thrown back in time to when I played the Resident Evils,
Yeah.
the 1 and 2, and I remember that kind of music that they had. BB wasn't even nominated for Best OST.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's how much you should pay attention. Yeah, I know. Like Bloodborne that is a crime.
Yeah.
The soundtrack is incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that we're talking Kingsfield now, but this is a curiosity that I have. What is your favorite track from Bloodborne? Because there's so much to choose from.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many. I actually like. I'm going to admit something terrible. I usually play the Souls games with the music muted. Because I sort of like that it's quiet and then you don't get music with the bosses, like just as a personal preference. But I do listen to the boss soundtracks a lot, separately.
Yeah.
Snail. So this is another path I'm not supposed to be in. This is like the enemies here are much tougher. The thing is that because everything
is that a slug?
It's a two-headed snail.
Snail.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah. So the thing about like the enemies in this game is they are so slow, and it's an action-based combat system that even if something is too strong for you, you can probably avoid the damage it's going to do. Like you can just step out of the way in time. And that means that, like, this happened to me, like, I played this without a walkthrough. I just end up in places I shouldn't be. And I can take on bosses and stuff that are beyond my level because they're so slow that it's possible to just walk past them.
It's another famous FromSoft feature that, I mean, you have a relative freedom on where you can go.
Yeah.
It does, it's true. Like, personally, what I do is I listen to everything in the first playthrough or playthroughs, and then I usually turn off the sound. But yeah, Gascoigne is great. I have to say that my favorite one when it comes to composition and atmosphere is kind of a weird choice because it's the Witches of Hamwick.
No, that's really
it's
like
my
creepy.
favorite.
Yeah.
It is so great when it comes to mood. It's so well constructed. And another favorite of mine that is less talked about is the Thumerian Queen theme.
Yeah.
It's the one of Yharnam and Lugarius. But yeah, when we were talking Lugarius being Thumerian, we didn't even mention that he and Yharnam have the same boss track. Yeah. Yeah, I it's one of my least favorites, but it does its job, I gotta say. Yeah. And well, I level the tracks in the DLC also. They are the ones that everyone talks about. I prefer others more, but they are indeed really great. All of them.
It's always Ludwig's theme everyone talks about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, I think that part of the popularity of Ludwig's theme is the way that he plays into the fight. It's such an incredible moment. Freedom of choice, but I believe that stuff like being able to go to the catacombs is not a good idea. Yeah, but also, the good thing about it, in my opinion, is that that is kind of like how you play Dark Souls, in the sense that you have the freedom to sort of mess around and see what you can do. I think the problem with the catacombs is not really that they are unlocked, because that is nice, but the deal is that you get trapped in there very easily. That is the problem. So it's hard to get back. It's not that easy to manage to get out of there, and if you reach the bonfire, of course.
Yeah. It's also like it's very hard to get to the catacombs in the first place, though. Like, if you don't know what you're doing and you hit the skeletons and just turn around and get out of there. That's sort of my...
Yeah, that's kind of what I did.
Yeah.
The first time I saw the skeletons, I was like, bye, never coming back again.
So it's like, it's saying don't go here, but we're not going to stop you, which I think is interesting.
Oh, look, I absolutely agree with that. Like, the whole point of the Vamos bonfire, like, why did they put it there? I know that it's more comfortable, but the thing is that if you get there and you don't have the Lord Vessel, you're dead. You can't go back. You can become soft locked pretty much if you're at your
that
first
happened
playthrough.
to me.
Yeah, I mean, you can get soft lock no matter how much experience you have in Dark Souls, because the catacombs are brutal, no matter how good you are at low level.
We're at a save point. This is the first save point in the game. You'll notice it was behind... It's on a pretty, like, weird part of the island, and it's behind a bunch of hidden walls, so you probably won't find it the first time you play it.
It's a secret bonfire.
Yeah, there's so few. I'll save now to show what it's like. So basically now, if we die, we will still restart the whole game, but we at least have the option of quitting and loading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also something I kind of miss, secret bonfires. But I don't like the fact that they were in very important areas. That is not nice, but like the bonfire of the Fair Lady, why is it hidden? Oh my god! Like, it's the only one you can teleport in all of Izalith.
Yeah.
But and also when you're gonna go back to Blighttown, it's the only thing you can do to go there. But I would have liked, secret stuff in bonus areas that weren't really necessary.
Kind of cool.
I mean, in Bloodborne, I would have liked more of that. We're never going to get secret bonfires again. Like, we're not going to get a game that doesn't have teleportation between bonfires. Yeah, another aspect of that is the The thing is, the Lord Vessel feels like a massive relief, but if you have
Yeah.
teleport from the start, it feels a bit different. But also, it's the way that that the games afterwards were designed, I suppose.
Well, since we just talked about fast travel, I got a fast travel item.
It's a different design, but I also love yeah.
So I'll explain how fast travel in this game works. It's really, unsurprisingly, it's incredibly convoluted. So basically,
Yeah.
these little spots here, they're in matched pairs. So we got the Stargate. I don't think this is the star. This is the something else. Yeah. So these guideposts, what you do is, there's matched pairs of corresponding gates and keys. So like I got the Stargate, will also be a star key later. And what happens is if we put the star key in this pedestal and then use the Stargate, we'll fast travel to that pedestal. But there's only so many keys and gates in the game, so you can't warp around freely. You have to kind of place ahead of time where you want to warp back to. It's very similar to, if people are familiar with Hollow Knight, the fast travel system in that where you set a warp point and then you can go back to the warp point, but you have to have set it prior. You can't just go where you want. I'm trying to get this item up. Broken. Yeah. Also, yeah, speaking of, like,
Also,
I mentioned the magic. So I've got 12 magic points. When I cast Fireball, it uses up 3. So I'm on 9 now. I'm not going to be able to get magic points back for, like, a very long time. And I've already wasted... I've got 2 Fireballs left. And then that's all the Fireballs I have. For, like, a few hours, basically. Luckily, you don't really need them. But you can see how much, like, they do a fair amount of damage to the enemies here, so they're good to have at the start. Like I mentioned, the premise of the game is that there's this like water on the island, and you sort of gradually get more and more control over the water, and the water is what can restore your magic points. So by the end, you can have like basically 25 Estus Flask equivalents that are a full heal and fully restored. You can basically have 25 infinitely refilling Divine Blessings by the end of the game. It's very powerful. But,
wow.
But you have to have already, like, you have to put in a lot of work to get there. You have to, like, go from one side of the island to the other and get all these statues and items and combine them and put them in a fountain, and it's like... But it's very good. Also, weirdly, the ending of this... I don't know if... I can see that I have a fairly late game save file, and I don't know where that's from. But it's possible that's the very end of the game. And the very end of the game, it goes, like, science fiction-y. You basically go into this weird, like, VR universe, and everything there is a cyborg. It's really strange. And you can see, like, at the start of it... There was the bit
how long we're going to stream today? Sorry, Richie. Just really quickly. Same time for us today, as you know, there was the time change, so it's gonna be 6 p.m. And we have something really special for the end of the stream.
Yeah, I heard Jeff's there for it.
I would suppose that if you want to see that and you want to leave earlier, like I would say to return maybe about around 5 p.m. if you want to see it. But yeah, we have something really special coming up for the very end.
Yeah, no one has seen it before because I programmed it. So like Altair has seen some screenshots of it, and that's basically
it.
But
Exactly.
it's
been programmed in the past few hours.
I started programming it last night, but it's like, oh boy, it's like there's some good stuff in that.
Hello, game.
Hello.
Yesterday, we discussed the rebellion of the Thumerians, but since the Great Ones were absent or sleeping, is it possible the rebellion happened between the factions, the supporters of the Great Ones, and those who started wanted, in a sense, freedom from them? That could be possible.
I think it is supposed to be that, yeah. Because it says that, like, they like, the act of naming a queen was rebellious.
Yeah,
so that sort of, to me, is like, is that why Ligarius hates Annalise? Because she's a queen, and she's clearly, like, descended from Yharnam. So maybe she's like,
Yeah, it's very possible, and besides, we don't know when the Great Ones were sleeping or awake and what that meant. So it could be very possible that they went inactive, and the rebellion was about that, indeed. Oh, you're going in full lockdown from tomorrow.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I haven't checked my region yet, but yeah, pretty much the entire country
Oh no.
is on full lockdown now.
Jesus,
Yeah.
yeah. We just came out of full lockdown.
Yeah, because you stayed there longer and it
We
worked,
were
but
in
we didn't.
lockdown, various stages of lockdown from like August through to like
Yeah.
literally Friday night. Yeah.
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 Oh yeah, it's getting worse here because of the variant from the UK
Yeah.
and other variants that are worsening the situation a lot. And also, yeah, we had less strict measures, which contributed to the pandemic continuing. And also, the vaccination plan is kind of really slow right now. It's not that it's slow, but it is not following the rhythm that the UE would like.
Yeah.
And one of our vaccines also in Europe is giving side effects that are fatal.
Oh no.
It's really rare, but it still happened. So
Yeah.
obviously it slowed down the entire thing. Yeah, not being selfish and all that. Yeah. Yeah, from tomorrow you're in red area. I need to check my region while we're at it because I didn't read.
Okay, so can I grab this and get back before the skeleton catches me? This is like weirdly tense for what it is. It looks very slow and cumbersome, but like Altair was talking about Resident Evil, it's kind of like that with the fact that you're so slow, and it's hard to move around. Adds this extra level of like, oh shit, to the encounters. Like, I know there's a skeleton in there, and the skeleton can not one shot me, maybe like 2 or 3 shot me. So I got to get in and get out before. There we go. Get in and get out before the skeleton. Yeah, there we go. There's a couple of
lockdown today.
There's no mimics in this game. Instead of there being mimics, literally you open a chest and a skeleton just steps out of the chest and hits you.
Oh boy. It looks very clunky. I guess that it would be actually when I was looking at Kingsfield, I was having massive vibes of the Windows screensavers from the 90s. I was reminded of that. The labyrinth screensavers.
Yeah. My feral cat's back. I can hear him chomping in the background.
Good luck for your dad's vaccine. I know that it's hell right now. Just think that, like, I asked about it because I need to emigrate, so by the time I have to travel, I think I have to be vaccinated, but nobody knows how to give me a vaccine permission. I have to write to the region itself just to get one.
Yeah.
No, yeah, also we are in our lockdown as well, starting tomorrow, my region as well. Most regions, actually. FPS players, I'm really picky on how fluid I'm moving in a video game has to be. Yeah, FPS games are really demanding with that.
Yeah, this is, Okay, speaking of interconnected worlds, like, see there's a bridge up there. That bridge is a place, like, if we'd gone down a different path earlier on, we would have gotten to that bridge. So you could, like, again, that's a very, like, Soulsy way of doing it.
Soulsy concept.
Yeah, and it's weird that, like, we call them Soulsy or Souls-like when it's from this game that predates Souls by, like, 15 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, has anyone here ever played a Souls-like game that wasn't from Softs. I mean, aside from Hollow Knight, which is the most obvious example, but have you ever tried Souls-likes that came out after? Because I know that it's an entire genre, but I kind of don't trust anyone but FromSoft to do it. So I'm curious to know what your experiences
I
are.
played the Surge a lot. The weird sort of cyberpunky one. That was kind of.
Sorry. Which one did you play?
The Surge. It was like a
Surge.
cyberpunk kind of Souls. It's like
Yes.
your classes and everything were like you built like an alien's power loader thing for yourself. So you built like an exoskeleton, and that was kind of like your build. And that was pretty good. It's like it's really janky, but it's like I liked it for some of the things in it I thought were very interesting. I played Nioh as well.
Yeah.
But not the second one.
Yeah, Nioh is pretty popular among Souls fans.
Yeah.
I've seen that several people like it. The Surge 2.
I haven't played the Surge 2
It was fun, but I didn't finish because it lost me at the end.
Yeah.
Salt and Sanctuary and Mortal
yeah.
Shell. Oh yeah, also, yeah, my father is old and he just kind of risk getting AstraZeneca. I'll have to spam F5 for when Moderna does this comeback. Yeah, holy heck, I know.
Yeah.
AstraZeneca is the vaccine that is making people die.
Yeah.
It's a very low chance, but I think there's been like 5 victims already, and
is that the one where there's blood clots or something?
Blood clots,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I heard about
brain
that.
blood clots. So, yeah, and my brother has been offered the vaccine because he's moving between regions to do his work, and he's probably gonna get that.
That's good.
Let's hope for the best. I mean, he's young, so there's less risk.
That get it.
Yeah, my mom was saying that it was people around her age that had that problem, and she's worried, so she's not gonna take that. If she's offered it, she's gonna refuse it.
Yeah. Anyway, there's what I was talking about. There's a gigantic squid there that'll one-shot us. You can see there's an item in front of it. That's a really good item that we want, but we're not strong enough to take on the squid now. But you can see how that's very similar to the undead dragon that's in Valley of the Drake.
Yes.
So there's just a ton of... It's actually harder because that thing just will get you. There's no way to get around it. So you...
Yeah.
But, I mean, like a lot of stuff, you can choose to take on... You can choose to take it on whenever. So if I get a bow and a ton of arrows, or I find like a source of magic points, I can come back and take it on. Or even if like I just get strong enough to survive its hits, I can go and take it on. So you always have that option.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Drake sword.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Let's just heal ourselves again.
Raystone is asking, have you played Blasphemous?
I haven't, but I will. The other thing I have that I haven't played yet is Code Vein, the like anime Vampire Souls thing, which I...
Oh yeah.
I got that in the Surge 2 used for really cheap. I haven't actually played them yet, but I will.
I heard about that. I saw people in Prospectors who were playing Nioh and they were talking about having to farm for stuff.
Yeah, Nioh has a lot of... The first one, I haven't played the second one, but the first one has a ton of farming, and it has like optional missions that I would sort of... I guess they would appeal to people who like Chalice Dungeons, where it's like... You can kind of play through the same... Yeah, play through the same content, but like the drop chance is different.
The RNG.
Yeah.
The RNG. Yeah, I guess it's kind of everywhere, and I was reading about this, that it's kind of like mechanics of gacha games that are sort of filtering into non-gacha games. So the heavy RNG mechanics.
Kinda, but like it just made me think of Diablo.
Yeah, really grindy, and
Yeah.
it has gotten stuff from the MMO book. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, but it just made me think of Diablo. So you just like kill something and it explodes into a ton of glittering items.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my god. The MMO that I'm playing, Maple Story,
Yeah.
is the worst RNG
Yeah.
infection that I've ever seen. Holy heck. Like, literally, there is so much that is random. Obviously, it is, the RNG is monetized, so that is the reason why, but it's really bad to see that kind of RNG that is monetized. Well, first of all, it's incredibly scummy to monetize game mechanics, because cosmetics are right, but if you put cosmetics into loot boxes, and you also put a gate progression behind pay RNG.
Yeah.
I mean, in most cases, because I'm free to play and I'm quite far into the game and I had decent results, but if you gate faster and more convenient progression behind money, that's just so scummy, and I hate that is filtering into games that are not like that. They're just completely designedly different.
Yeah. One of my friends is really into gacha stuff. He plays it at work, and I said I understand that, because like if you have a short break, if you have like 5 minutes, I sort of get like playing something that's very RNG heavy, because that 5 minutes might get you a good drop. Yeah. Genshin Impact is like, apparently that's like either free or cheap on PS Plus this month, so I might check it out. So the reason I paused is this is another thing that comes back. This is the notes, the world notes that you find. It's kind of like the messages in Souls. They're written on walls. Obviously, they're not left by other players, because this is a completely offline game, but we can read that.
That is awesome.
Yeah, so danger ahead is like, that's something you would leave in Demon's Souls.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So you can see again, like, where that... Oh, Genshin Impact is already free. Okay, cool. I might check it out then. And you can see, like, this is again, like I was talking about, there's good treasure at the end of this room, but there's, like, 6 different enemies in here, and even though they move slowly, I'm not going to make it through, so... Let's just go around here.
Yeah, something I also fiercely hate is the 5,000 different stats that do the same thing.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing, and you have to figure out which one is best. Maple Story has increased attack power and increased damage. Like, can't you just pick one and cut the other out?
Yeah.
Because it's just more useless garbage that gets in the way. So yeah, it's sad to see that. Sorry.
Neo had so many different level up systems that I actually made it like 3/4 of the way through the game before I realized I had stats to spend in one of them. I just didn't know it existed.
Yeah.
It was so like, what the hell?
Playing Impact on PS4 has the disadvantage of the loading time, so the fact you can't play on other devices like phone. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Honkai Impact is also apparently very good. I got a friend who's really into that.
Oh. At the advantage of your data being on a Sony account and not sold to Chinese government. Very, very fair assessment also. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never really played a free-to-play online game.
Yeah, me neither.
This
was the first one.
And then I'm like, I can't be bothered.
No, it's true, because the deal with it is that they're kind of built the same way. They are like inherently flawed in the sense that you have to keep adding new stuff, but of course the old stuff becomes outdated, and
Yeah.
you need more and more and more damage and stuff, and
Yeah, definitely.
so it's kind of a huge waste of time in general.
Yeah.
Like, the reason I stuck with Maple Story is that it has bosses that are really interesting. They're like really similar to single player RPGs, but you can also co-op, so I like that. And the second part of it is that I enjoy, like, the writing is a little bit bad, but I do enjoy the fact that it's a huge interconnected story, and also it looks really nice aesthetically. It looks gorgeous, but but the company that handles it is the worst, and they just went through an enormous scandal for having rigged gacha chances they did not disclose, and so yeah, pretty much we're seeing if the game will live or die in these days, because like it makes more money, way more money in Korea than in the rest of the world, and like Korean players quit en masse. So the company has been scummy all the way through, and they are not stopping. But like, if they don't stop the game, I actually die, and so unless they sell it to someone else. So it's a very interesting time to see the effect of like how to study gambling addictions from up close. It's bad. Yeah. Any direct channels, so in the end it doesn't matter. Yeah, Maple Story is like that too. PvP doesn't exist, so your progression is absolutely up to you. But that's not how many players in Maple Story take it. They are desperate to progress faster, partly because the game makes it a nightmare. And there's many players who have like literal gambling addictions that cannot stand progressing slowly, so they spend money, and that's how it works. Yeah, I really hate progression tied to like pay to play mechanics. It's just a random chance that I stuck with this game, because otherwise I wouldn't have. Like, if it had been gated behind money, I would I would have just, okay, fuck that. I am in a free-to-play guild, and we have fun enough without paying, so, you know.
There was a free Dungeons and Dragons MMO that I liked, because the way that was like... It was basically what you're saying. It was gating it behind money, but it was basically presented as like the base game is free, but there's a ton of DLC areas. So like you'd play through it, and then it's like, oh, okay, like this specific dungeon is like $5 to unlock. Like, all right, I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't feel like it's cheating you. It's just like you gotta like you just buying like this area and this area and this area, and the base game didn't cost anything. So that was fun. I liked that.
Yeah, I agree. Well, you see, I'll close the topic after this, but the problem with Maple Story, well, aside from the fact that Maple Story literally invented loot boxes, like it's the game that introduced them, but that aside, the problem with it is that basically it just it's like Soulsborne, where you level up with fewer souls at first, and then as you go on you need more and more and more. And basically the problem is that the max level at the moment is 275. Jesus. It will become 300 soon. And basically all the areas pre-200 are like the older content, because this game is 26 years old. So they are the older content, and it is absolutely very easily accessible without paying anything. Anything after 200 is like the newer part, the part that was added 2 or 3 years ago. And that is when you start chugging in, like then that's when you start struggling along to progress. but the thing is that it being the newer content, it's also the one that the content that is kind of best in terms of mechanics. Like you have more complex bosses. There is always a shit game design, but that's not really the point. Like there's bosses that give stronger stuff. Like as you progress, obviously you get stronger drops and stronger equips. And it sort of never ends, but the biggest issue after 200 is that not only is progression slow, which is not a problem to me, but a problem to many, but also upgrading your stuff becomes an enormous money sink, and there's people that pay real money like buy the currency with real money, which is technically illegal, but they found a workaround to do that. So so it becomes a huge money sink or time sink depending on what you do. And if you're smart with how you play the market, because there's an interplayer market with the currency of the game, then you can make a ton of money. But like it's still nearly not close as what you get if you put real money into it. So many people have addictions and are really vulnerable to that. So I kind of wish this game died already, because there's a ton of addicted people who just can't quit. It's just horrible. Korean F2P free-to-play MMO, yeah. It should be called pay-to-win, actually. That is more accurate. Yeah, exactly. That is also why I'm still there. I have a little group that we go busing with. We have a lot of fun together. It's social aspect is nice. That is also why I also don't really care about progressing, I like the first times that there was an event, I grinded really hard to make the most of it, and I was like, okay, never again. I hated this. So now I basically ignore events and just hang out with my crew. And it's nice.
Yeah, I know people who played WoW like that, where it's basically like a graphical chat program. Anyway, we've met a person, so this is slightly more dangerous than a snail. These soldiers are like, they gate off one of the later areas. You can kill them if you know what you're doing, but they're very tough and they can do a lot of damage. Particularly, like, this is sort of a fortified area. Like, as we go, this guy is sort of warning you, hey, like, don't go in here because this thing is tough. You'll end up with, like, 3 or 4 of those guys at once and archers shooting at you if you carry on through here. Interesting thing about King's Field is that I actually completely missed the first area of the game. Like, the area you were supposed to go to first. It's like the easy area. Where the boss is like the boss is basically Armor Spider.
Oh, really?
It's like a big thing that can't move. And but because like the game doesn't really gate progress, I just didn't know it was there. And I didn't realize I had to kill it until like really, really, really late in. And I didn't know this area existed, and I had to go back to like the start of the game. And then I just was massively over-leveled for this like early area, and I just killed everything.
That is awesome when you can do that. My favorite thing in Blood War, I just have so much fun going back to beginning areas with OP stuff. That is the thing I liked about the edited chalices, that I could just have the experience and to try and see how it felt. And when I made my blood tinge build with the pure Shikage, I went to fight Amelia with a Shikage plus 10 that already had a circular blood gem
and just destroyed her. And
I killed her in like 10 hits
Yeah,
or something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that. But
Another
also
village.
doing. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Just like say, like, this is something we don't see in Souls. We see like the hub, and the hub will have
Yeah.
NPCs, but Kingsfield has like little villages around it.
Yes.
Where there's
That's
multiple
more
NPCs
traditional
like a
RPG.
traditional RPG. So this is one. This is an area, it's just called the South Village. It's actually really easy to get lost because the houses are all kind of connected with these tunnels, and it's really easy to lose track of where you are. And there's actually like there's important merchants and things that I missed the first time through because I didn't realize I'd missed going to those houses. But yeah, like let's go see.
About the chat, Toffee said this is the last day of the streams. Yeah, same. But also, Math has given us the okay to make this an annual or biannual event.
Yeah.
So we are going to do this again at Christmas. Or at the next return to Yharnam, depending.
Yeah.
And we are gonna do something different. We're probably talking about themes that recur in FromSoft games. So like immortality, slash being undead, and themes that they talk about, or recurring design choices. So that is what we would like to do.
Yeah. So,
and I didn't know there was a no-hit community in Italy. That is new to me. And I will technically I will absolutely take a look at what they did. And yes, it's been a wonderful time.
It really has,
and we are so looking forward to doing it again.
Yeah, it's been exhausting but totally worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, when Meph was here last time, she said, like, I feel like elves could walk out of the forest in Dark Souls and I wouldn't be angry, I'd be disappointed. This is an elf. Kingsfield has elves in it. You can see that guy's ears are very, very, very long because he's an elf. Then the elves in Kingsfield it's the standard fantasy thing where the elves are like the ancient race that has sort of vanished. So later on, we probably won't get there because it's such a vast game. But like one of the later areas is basically like the tomb of the elves, and it's just this big elf mausoleum, and it's actually I think that's where you get the moonlight, and you see all these elf like ghosts are hanging out there. I guess a bit like New Hondo. Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't mean. Nah, good. I didn't hurt him. Hello.
Thank you both so much for your hard work. You're so sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, Crescent Axe. That's the weapon the fat officials use in Demon Souls.
Oh.
Okay, so another interesting thing.
Yeah, the Crescent Axe is another classic.
Yeah. So another thing to point out here, look at those weapon prices and look how much gold I have. So like I've been playing for about 80 minutes. And I have 375 gold after killing quite a lot of stuff. So look at these prices. It's like, okay, this short sword's 180, but we already have one. And then, like, the next weapon is 640, and the one after that is 4,300. So they really want you to sell things in this game to get... Because, like, I can't afford any of this. Like, look at those prices are insane. So if I wanted to just grind to get the money to get these, it would take me like another like 3 hours to be able to afford, just the next level up sword. So what they want you to do is they want you to sell things. That's kind of the primary way you get money in this. You can see like I've got a short sword. Yeah, and the thing is like there will be items that are like a one time, like really, if you think of things like, there really aren't any things like it, but you imagine, like there's items in this game that when you use them, you permanently get stat ups. Like your stats just go up and they stay there, it doesn't go away. So those items sell for a ton. They sell for like thousands. So you're actually in a situation where you're wondering, well maybe, do I actually want the stat up? it's not like a no-brainer question, because in any other game, permanent stat up is better than money because you can grind for more money. But in this one, it's
really
like,
interesting.
if I sell that stat up, I can get a whole lot of items that maybe will benefit me more in the long run. Also, notice I can sell the fast travel item if I want. This is something that, like, in later games you would not be able to sell that. Or it would be something like the chest at the back of Firelink Shrine, where if I ever lost this, it would just be brought back to me because they worry about me locking myself out of stuff. But yeah, they do not want you... Like, you have the option for quite a lot of money to sell the Stargate, and then I'd be locked out of potential fast travel, but I would have money. Yeah, but like at this point in the game, 2,500 gold is like more than we're ever going to see for another about 5 hours. So it's like it's tempting. It's tempting to do stuff like that in Kingsfield, and they never really do that again because they make everything souls, and you can't really sell stuff in most of these games. And if something's important, you probably can't sell it. So
it's true.
I guess the closest thing would be the using the Firekeeper souls to get extra humanity, but like you would never want to do that because you can always just grind humanity from rats. It just takes a while.
Yeah.
Whereas this is like if you imagine like Dark Souls had like 10 pieces of humanity total in the whole game, and then you had the option of burning it would be much more tempting. Who's this?
Absolutely.
Oh my
Mike
god,
is asking,
yeah, sure.
In this game, can't you sell key items and lock yourself out of progression?
I don't think you can technically ever lock yourself out of progressing. But you can lock yourself out of, like, stuff you probably should be able to do. Like, for instance, there's an area later on that, like, it does a ton... There's a whole lot of, like, fire stuff there that you need fire protection for, but, like, if you have... There's basically a lot of areas that have, like, weird traps and monsters and things that you're clearly supposed to use a certain item to get past. But because it's all just damage, if you're either fast enough or tanky enough, you can just make it through. And that's what I did. Like, there's one of the merchants who accepts healing flasks, sells you an item that's, like, a key that turns off all of these, basically like Latria, like the gun, the sort of turret thing shooting at you. There's a ton of them in a row. And he sells an item that will let you turn them off. But, I did not realize he existed the first time I played it, and I just forced myself through that area. So you actually don't need the stuff he's selling, but it's there. So, like, the key guy is really interesting. So... The way keys... This is an NPC, and his sole purpose is if you give him a key, he'll copy the key. Yes. So there's a lot of... if people are familiar with the original Legend of Zelda, where, like, in that game, there's just keys. There's one key... There's an item that's just called a key, and the key opens doors. So if you have a key, you can go through a locked door. So... Kingsfield kind of works the same. It's a bit more complicated because there's different kinds of key. But basically, there's a series of sort of maze areas where one key will open one door. And the keys are finite, but they can also sometimes be randomly dropped by enemies. So you're in this situation where it's like, if I have one key, I can open one door. But also, I can maybe run all the way back to that dude and get him to make me an extra key. So you sort of... The total number of keys you have is like the number of keys you have plus a potentially infinite number. But it's all... Like, he charges a lot to duplicate them. So again, you're in these situations where it's like, do I want to use the key? Or do I want to... save the key and then spend money to get an extra key? Like, it has a lot of really open progression like that. The keys are actually... This is the one point where you can get soft locked, is what happens is the keys make the doors open and then they close again a few seconds later. And the keys only work from one side. So it's possible to open a door, go through it, have it shut behind you, and if you don't have a key to get the other side open, you're just stuck there and you have to reset the game. But that's the only time you ever actually get soft locked.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Termites.
Daggerfall, which is Elder Scrolls 2, had something similar. You could easily lock yourself out of the main quest in a multitude of ways. I didn't know that because I haven't played Daggerfall, but that's interesting. And I also know for sure that that is possible in Morrowind, but also by killing characters, but also they gave you a warning, like they gave you a warning that was like you have destroyed the threads of fate, and you are going through a cursed path if you continue. So yeah, they implemented that, and then in the following games they just made the essential NPCs invulnerable.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I guess if you think about Souls, like if you wanted to, you could kill all the Firekeepers, kill every NPC, and like piss off Framped, so there's just no one. But you could still beat the game.
Genocide run, yeah.
You could do a genocide run and still beat the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't really lock you out. It just makes it much more difficult for you. Because I remember, like, when I played, I was a pyromancer and I killed Aingi.
Oh.
And I also, I sent Griggs to Blighttown, so I had, like, no means of upgrading my flame and no means of getting additional pyromancers.
Ouch.
Yeah, but, like, I just sort of, like, I just forced myself through, because you can basically you can always beat the game by just, like, hitting shit. Like, it's not, Yeah,
I mean, there's always the way to do it without, even if you lose something important.
Yeah. And, like, they will put, like, weapons around the game that, like... And, like, you know, you can buy the smith box. I mean, if you killed every merchant, every blacksmith, every NPC, every trainer, like, you could...
Your weapon would break eventually.
Yeah.
You couldn't repair it anymore.
Yeah.
And you cannot upgrade it either, I guess, because you don't have anyone to do that unless you kill them after upgrades, which is an option. Yeah,
but like if you you would have to do something like that to really screw yourself over in Souls, and even if you did it, you could probably still beat the game. It'd be very difficult, but you could do it.
That would be interesting to see if anyone has done it as a challenge, a genocide run where they kill the NPCs immediately and don't talk to them. I guess it would be akin to a no upgrade run, I suppose.
And then in Bloodborne, they just made it all the workbench, so you can't really do anything. You can't screw yourself out of anything. Yeah. And then in 3, it's like Andre is just immortal, so who cares?
Yeah. That murder must haunt you so much, Richard. You mention it constantly.
Yes, it does. Because I remember I was in Blighttown. I just beat Quelaag. I found the hidden wall, and then I see at the end of it, there's one more of the egg people, and I know they burst into worms when you kill them. So I kill it from a distance, and it starts yelling. And I was like, oh shit, this is an NPC. Oh, he's dead now. And I had no idea who he was, but I realized I should not have killed him. And then I found out later on, oh, he's the pyro trainer. Oh, I'm a pyromancer, oh dear. And then I did the thing where I rescued Griggs, and I'm like, hey, he's like, hey, where'd you get the spells from? And of course I'm helpful, so I told him Blighttown, and then he disappears, and he's just a hollow in Blighttown now. So I just...
But also, you didn't have Quilana.
No, because you have to have plus 10 flame to get Quilana, and didn't have one.
Oh, that is.
And there's no way to upgrade it because it was so like.
Yeah.
But I still beat the game on that character.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but like that's.
Pyro is just a nice plus, I would say. It's it's a really OP tool that you can use if you can't use the scaling. So
Yeah.
there is also something I kind of miss, that they put in stuff that didn't scale quite as powerfully in the next games. Like, you didn't really have a way to complete them. I mean, you can, of course, because Blood level 4 runs are not hard, but
they're not
you
hard
still...
for you.
Sorry?
They're not hard for you. They're hard for normal people.
So, like, I would say the only really hard part of that is the Shadows of Yharnam and the Merciless Watchers in lower Thumeru.
Yeah.
That is a real roadblock. But the thing is that if you upgrade your weapon a lot, it's not that bad. You know, it's not impossible.
You just have to not get hit.
However, it's not as OP as a Pyroflame, where it just destroys everything. So, you know.
That's how Sin and I did Dark Souls Soul Level 1.
Yeah.
I just got her to get, it was like Ascended, Pyroflame +5, and then just a ton of Pyromancy. So, like, as soon as Nito lasted about, like, 5 seconds against a level 1 character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. if you have plus 15 5 Pyroflame, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I did my run no pyro. But I am stuck at 4 kings because they are hell. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they are a DPS check in many ways.
Yeah.
So if you don't have enough damage. One time Sin started screaming at Richard because of that. You monster, you terrible monster. Why? He was so cute.
It's true.
Because of what?
Because I killed Angie.
Because of Angie? Oh, yeah. Oh my god, that unearthed ancient memories of people like begging you in PS3 messages to give them a pyroflame.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Beautiful. The memories.
Cool. Splat. So as you can see, combat in Kingsfield does not really get more interesting as it goes on. You're just walking around things, hitting them. There's there's not like combos or anything in this. It's just like hit it, wait for stamina to refill, attack, wait for stamina to refill.
Ascended Pyroflame did help a ton in Sin's run, but the key was getting her to wear Havel's set.
Yeah, she had Havel's set. That's
Seriously?
how. Yeah. I gave her Havel's set and like a +5 crest shield and a +5 lightning battle axe, and I was like, just don't die. Because like we beat 4 kings without pyro, just
tanking
like,
them.
Yeah, standing with Havel's set and just like two-handing the lightning battle axe and just like just thwacking them until they died. I'd gone to the DLC and beaten Artorias, so I had Elizabeth mushrooms. So I just ate an Elizabeth mushroom and just stood in front of the 4 kings, and my health just went up faster than they could take it down, and that's how we won.
Oh, that is cool. I see.
Oh, hang on,
I've
never
ever been a tank. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, we got a fast travel. I think that's a fast travel key. Hang on. Is it the star key? Star key. Okay, cool. So now what I can do is I can put that key in a save point, and then if I use the Stargate, I'll go back to that save point. That's like the fast travel equivalent. New enemy type, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. They never brought back weird floating seahorses, did they, in the Souls games?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. These things are cool. I like them.
Sandy Pyroflame. I have never tanked in Souls, even in my level 1 run. I've always dodged. I mean, I tank hits with the shield, that's true, but I've never been in full Avil armor. Like, I prefer mobility to being still. A friend of mine had told me about a fun trick that you could do if you had full Havels. Like, it was a very, very niche build. And it is said you should have enough stats to just wear Havels enough to turn yourself into a barrel, like to use metamorphosis, and then you can invade or get invaded in what's it called, in Undead Berg, and no one will know. Like, and they can't teach you. You will never be staggered out of the transformation because because you have too much poise. That would have been hilarious. Maybe one day I'll do that just for kicks.
I got invaded, I remember, like, before I knew what the chameleon spell was, I got invaded by someone who chameleoned into a pot, and I just had no idea what that was, because I didn't know there was a chameleon spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you guys have tried chameleon in different areas, but it's really fun to see what you turn into.
Yeah.
Depending on where you are. In the depths is particularly funny because you become a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
You know, those things. The secret weapon of the Four Kings was seen running around like a headless chicken, aggroing everyone while singing Tsuna away.
Yeah, the Four Kings with co-op was like, it's a DPS race and the co-op gives them extra health.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was like, she just sort of like, I muled her 99 humanity and she basically just stood in the corner going and using humanity over and over again.
Oh my god.
But, like, she'd never beaten the Four Kings before, so now she can say that, like, the first time she beat the Four Kings, it was soul level 1.
Oh boy. Well, yeah, I guess you can.
The real test actually was at the very end of it when we were in the kiln, she was completely drunk. So she kept walking off the sides of the walkways that lead to Gwyn. Like, we'd almost be there, and then she'd just walk off the side and have to start again.
Eat.
Yeah.
MLG Pro Gaming, folks.
I mean, we made it. We made it to the end. If we can do soul level 1, anyone can.
Yeah. If I had streamed these days a soul level 1 run, but I couldn't in the end because my Dark Souls was acting badly.
Yeah.
I would have used that mod that is like the MLG Dark Souls, with the modified attacks, but then I saw that it had a slur and I was like, no.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's not what I like to show on my stream.
Yeah.
So. Also, warning that I am not feeling good.
Yeah,
my belly is not great, so I may.
You can go if you need to. I can.
Yeah, I mean, if I feel bad or anything, I will go. For now, I can bear it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, yeah, just if you can.
Yes, respect. May we take a moment to appreciate Richard beasting through Kingsfield while talking about everything.
It's fine. I'm very I say I'm used to this game. I still get lost in this area because, like, you can see you have a compass in the corner, but like no real map. And later on, you do get a map, but it is literally a map. It's not an auto map. It's not a like. It's not a, like, it doesn't show your position, it's just someone's drawn the area. So you have to look at it and figure out based on, like, just the shape of rooms and stuff where you are. And it only shows some parts of the area. So, like, it is a real, like... It does feel like a real deal, like, dungeon crawl. It feels like playing Legend of Zelda for the first time. You gotta map everything out. I think I've gone back to where I... Yeah, this is back to where I started. I've accomplished nothing. We're on like 1 hour 40, so I might do a little bit more of this. God, those ghosts are really painful. And also, like, this Kingsfield is like, it is real deal 3D. At a time when a lot of games that would like sort of sell themselves as 3D, they're really basically just two-dimensional, like, grid maps that render as 3D. But Kingsfield, like, legitimately has, like, different height matters. You're not dealing...
That's awesome.
You're not if you think of, like, like, the first Wolfenstein, that game is just a grid. And, like, most dungeon crawls of the era, like, they are just grids. And you're effectively just playing a top-down maze from a first-person perspective. But Kingsfield, you can see it is snaking around, it's going up and down. So, like, you can get like, I've been past this. I recognize that shovel. I've been past it 3 or 4 times now. Because there's no, like... It's just very easy to, like... Because it doesn't feel like a grid-based maze. It feels like a natural space.
Raistlin says, I was making a map, a pen and paper style, when I was playing it back in the day. Using it never got me where I wanted to go, but always landed me where I needed to be.
Yeah. Because that's something that, like, most games now would include an auto map, just by default, and say it's a quality of life thing, but, like, not having a map is part of the experience of a lot of older games, because you're you figuring out where you're going. I found him good. You figuring out where you're going is part of the experience. Because we talked about that when we talked about Metroid, where, like, Super Metroid includes this map, and then people say, well, the problem with the original Metroid is they didn't have a map. As though, like, the NES was incapable of rendering a map. And they just forgot to include one, where no, they could have. But if the original Metroid had a map, it would last for, like, an hour, because you could just see where to go. But the whole, like, the appeal of Metroid is that it is completely uncharted, and part of the game, even though you're doing it yourself, it's not in the game. Part of it is sitting there with a piece of paper and drawing where you're going to keep track of it. Yeah, it's like that's you're supposed to do that. Here we go. Mine. Okay, so here's it. This is not quite hollowing, but, like, there's similar characters who are just locked into doing the same thing over and over again. Hello.
Hello?
Oh, I'm saying hello to this man. Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. The crystal miners of Central Island have gone down to the underworld to a place they call the Big Mine. They went there to find crystals, but it looked like they were about to die. So this is actually very similar to Seldra in Dark Souls 2. They're, like, the sort of possessed by their need to mine deeper and get to crystals.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can see, like...
Tolkien dwarves.
Yeah,
basically.
yeah. So you can see, like, the way in which, you know, the ideas... They've really been playing with the same set of ideas for a very long time.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I am so surprised by how fresh and new they managed to keep it.
Yeah.
You know? Well, using the same concepts, but using them differently. It's really cool.
So those termites do a ton of damage, and I've been avoiding being hit, but you see one hit me and took off about half my life. It really, really
Yeah,
sucks.
all of that was D&D inspired. Always a huge part of the adventure is where to go and how you'll get there. So designer back then considered it a given that you'll have to figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really don't see what is wrong with it. I mean, it's just a different way of experiencing it. I didn't expect the games to give me anything for convenience these days in that sense. So I don't really know what the problem would be.
Because like a lot of people, I think, consider it a flaw if your flow is impeded at any point. Like if you hit it,
which is not.
if you get stuck or lost or frustrated, that's a problem rather than like maybe the game is designed around creating moments of frustration and panic and things like that.
Exactly.
It's like the end of Nier. Like, have you the end of Nier Automata? The like ending E.
I have not played Nier,
Oh,
but
okay,
it's
right,
okay.
yeah,
You
yeah.
can tell me.
Oh, well, okay. The one of the endings of Nier Automata is it's like an arcade. It becomes this arcade shoot 'em up thing, but you can't win. Like it's completely overwhelming, and it forces you to play through this thing over and over and over again, and there's really no way you'll survive it, and it becomes incredibly frustrating and annoying. And that's the point, because after you've fucked up, like, I think about like half a dozen times, it starts giving you the option to it starts asking like why are you doing this, why are you doing this, why are you doing this. It's clearly like, it's really boring and like it's tedious, I don't know why you're doing this. And then it says like, do you want to call for help? And then when you call for help, like it completely changes, and suddenly like it becomes very, very, it lifts you out of it. It becomes this like it becomes almost impossible to lose.
Oh.
And it's like, but like the impact of it becoming that other game only works because prior to that it's made you annoyed and like want to stop playing. If it was like that from the beginning, it would have no impact whatsoever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's right. Are you feeling okay?
Sort of, yeah. I'm not in pain right now, but
okay,
just
yeah.
it messed me up a bit, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was also feeling like this yesterday during stream. I started feeling sick towards the end, and then in the evening I took something for the pain, but it's just, I don't know, I'm a bit messed up, and I think it must be stress related. Just the stress of organizing everything suddenly. Yeah, because there's just a lot going on in my life aside, like on the side also. I'm doing a lot of things. So that is kind of why. But and I am stress sensitive, of course. My IBS triggers if I'm stressed, but it's nothing serious. I'm sure I'll recover pretty fast. I didn't have a severe pain or anything, just tension.
So what I might do now is, I might, because we're about 1 hour and 40 in. So what I'm going to do is...
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to reset, and I'm going to load up... I noticed I have a save file that's like way, way later in the game. And I don't know where it is because I haven't played this for ages. So I'll load that up and we can maybe see some like late game content. I don't know where I will be though. I think this is from when Sin and I were talking about it with Autumn, so it's going to be quite... It might be at the end of the game, I'm not sure, because I didn't play it on an emulator, I played it on this.
Raistlin says, Altair, the different socioeconomic environment and demographics of gamers 30-40 years ago gives part of the answer as to why we've moved past this type of designs. Definitely yes, but also the thing that I meant to say pretty much is that I don't think, let's see, like if I can make it make sense. I don't think that making an outdated design choice that is not current necessarily means that the game is badly designed. I think like if you're making it by choice, exactly like Dark Souls did, I don't see what is wrong with it, really. And I don't understand why people can get so salty about it, because it's not really the kind of thing that makes a game unplayable or anything like that, you know? So...
And like the whole...
I'm not sure.
Like a lot of the indie games that are big now work because they are... deliberately going back to older methodologies. Like Hollow Knight, which I had to play recently for the podcast, like that was sold, like it was sold as a Souls, like it was also sold as a Metroidvania. And I usually can't stand Metroidvanias. But what it did was, like, it legitimately feels like a Metroidvania. It feels like a combination of Metroid and Castlevania, like the originals. It does all these things that, like, you wouldn't normally do. Like, it's got... Like, it's hard to find a map. It will, like, lock off areas permanently at certain points. You, like, instead of having hit points, you basically have, like, hearts that, like, you only have, I think, about 10 total at one point. Then you just, like, lose 1 or 2 per hit. There's, like, so many ways to die early. It's, like, all of these things that you would not... And you can just wander into late game areas at the start and without meaning to. And all these things, like, that would not... If that were an modern sort of Metroidvania design does not want you to do any of that. But Hollow Knight does. And the fact it goes back to that older stuff is, like, why, like, that is popular and Salt and Sanctuary isn't. Because it took that approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. My apologies.
Yeah.
Is there something else I wanted to tell you?
We're outdoors now, by the way. You can see there's, like, a little mountain range in the distance.
Oh, that is so cool. Let me see. I love this wall. And seriously, the Windows screensaver vibes are so much.
They've been using the same textures for so long, but, like, I'm certain a high-res version of that wall shows up, like, in one of the later games.
Oh, that's
It's
nice.
just, like, I'm just playing things I own, so, like, Shadow Tower never came out here, which is a shame, because I'd like to show that off, but I'd have to do that on emulator. But, like, Shadow Tower has, I think, some textures in it that are also in Demon's Souls, and people were saying, is it the same universe? Look, character.
That's cool.
So you can see it's reasonably
Well, you
popular.
fight the queen, spawn infinitely, right?
I think so.
Can't remember.
I think so.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, this is sort of, like, interestingly, it feels a lot more populated than the Souls games, because characters will just wander around and do stuff, like, more independently. Yeah. This is the fortress I was talking about before. It's, like, full of soldiers. Even in, like, at a fairly high level, it's going to be very difficult to get through. I just want to show off some, like, a little bit more varied gameplay. This is, like, there's, like, this big kind of fortress built into the island that forms a sort of roadblock that you got to make it through, and I guess one of my, like, favorite memories of the game is just, like, getting through this roadblock, because it's, like, a massive structure. It's kind of like Sen's if you imagine, like, Sen's Fortress, but instead of it being, like, it's like a roadblock in the same sense, but it's just, like, really, really hard, rather than, like, a series of tricks. So you just have to sort of, like, you, like, grit your teeth and just, like, force yourself through it, and it's very gradually unlocked. There's all these different keys and doors and things, and you'll sort of come back and go and unlock a little more.
Also, can I just say that this environment looks so intriguing to me, just seeing it like that. I love older games, and one of my biggest regrets is that I couldn't start playing when I was young.
Yeah.
I do have a PS1 because my brother used it for
Meph.
sports games. Hi, Meph, welcome. So happy to see you. So my brother had a PS1, so I still have one, but I don't know how to really find games.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'll have to look into it. And also, I will see what I'll do next, because I am hungry, but I also don't want to eat. It's just
Game just froze.
No, it's just I'm hurting, so obviously I don't want to eat. Who is this dude?
Oh no, the game just froze because it's such an old disc.
Yeah.
Like this for reference, this disc is 26 years old. This is an original copy of Kingsfield from 1995, and CDs are not built to last.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
I could get it resurfaced, but it's probably easier to just emulate it, so I'll just leave it.
Yeah. They don't last that long. I mean,
Yeah.
usually, so it's obvious that it will get ruined.
So we're
Sorry.
at we'll be at 2 hours and 5 minutes. So I'll load up that other file because I don't know where it is. There might be in another. There's other areas like biomes and stuff. We only really saw a couple, but there's like fire areas and like underground stuff and rivers and things. It's an enormous game. It's really impressive again that there's no loading times in this. It's like kind of like Souls. It will load the first time you want to start playing, but then after that it all streams from the disc. And like if you were not playing games at the time, it's really hard to I cannot understate how impressive that is. Because so many games
definitely.
at the time, they would have gigantic load. Like, you would open a door and have to wait for the next room to load. And, like, if you think Bloodborne's loading times are annoying, like, there are games that do that, like, every time you want to do anything, you got to sit there and wait for it to load, and Kingsfield has no loading times. And granted, like, they get around it by making everything a series of very long corridors that you move down very slowly, but it's still really impressive. There's the keys I was talking about. That one's empty. I think this guy drops a key if you kill him. Oof. God, look how much damage he does. You can see I've got a few more items. I don't have any healing, Jesus. I guess I can just talk about some little, like, things that happen in Kingsfield that we don't have time to show off. So, like, there are trees in this game that grow and bear fruit in real time.
Wow.
That when I was going through the items there, and there was a thing called a dragon crystal. They are, like, there are these weird enchanted trees in Kingsfield. That until, like, you die at that point in the game, you're back at the start on base level with no equipment. This is Kingsfield. I'll just wander around. Who cares? So there's these like trees in the game, and they spawn these things called dragon crystals that are Oh, Redgrave! Hello! Oh my god, hi!
Hey there!
Hey!
Hi! So happy to have you,
Oh my god,
Redgrave.
hi!
Thank you for honoring us with your
That's
presence.
so good! Oh... You missed the Bloodborne stream. I'm sorry.
Not really. I mean, this is technically still Bloodborne Day, but we're doing
get
a
to
bit of
Bloodborne later on.
Kingsfield.
Yeah, because people were curious about it. Yeah. So, like, as I was saying, like, there's these trees, and the trees spawn a really powerful item called a dragon crystal that's like, it's like a full heal, basically, and you can carry as many of them as you want. And they respawn, but they respawn in real time. So you grab one, and the tree just from that point onward, it's not like it refreshes. It just keeps growing. And if you just sit there for like an hour, it'll be another fruit. It does stuff like this really weird. Okay, so I wanted to go here because I mentioned this does not have mimics, but it does have comical chests where if you open them, a skeleton pops out. So here's one. It's this one or one of the ones in this room. Let's go. Yep, there we go. You hear a purring cat because there's a cat in my lap.
Ingrid is gracing us with her presence too today.
She's gracing us with her presence whether we want her to or not. You see, it's frozen again. This is such an old disc. Gotta reset constantly. So I'll switch out for Armored Core in a sec. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to show off in Kingsfield before we move on. Oh, okay, can you do the donate command?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I can't type while I'm doing this.
Oh, it's okay. I can type. I'll take
Cool,
care of
yeah.
chat.
Yeah, so people were wondering, like, a few people messaged me to say they put through a donation and it said it went to someone other than Meth. That's intentional. It's not going directly to Meth. It's going to an account that sends the money to Meth. It's basically because Meth didn't want her personal information. Like, because when you send PayPal, you get a receipt. And she basically didn't want her, like, personal stuff on a receipt, so it's going through a third party.
Yeah, to preserve privacy, it's a friend that offered the PayPal account, but it does go to Meth.
Yeah, so don't worry about it. Let's just go new.
Thank you so much for the donations, by the way.
Yeah.
You guys have been so
really
generous.
Yeah. Where I am now, this was supposed to be the donation animation, but it didn't work, so we repurposed it into a webcam because I had one, so... Anyway, here's that...
But next time we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Here's the undead dragon squid equivalent, so I'm going to run up and see if I can grab that item. I don't think we'll be able to make it. Oh, I got it. Cool. Okay, can I make it a... Yeah, no, it killed me. But yeah, you can see that, like... This is a lot more punishing than that dragon is. Because, like, at least the undead dragon, there's a few safe spaces you can stand in to grab stuff. This is just like...
Yeah, that's true.
No, you're dead. But because it's...
Okay, Raistlin, we know that it's harsh times. That is the whole point of us doing this stream. You don't have to worry. We're just here for whoever can. And you're not forced at all to do anything.
I'm going to go over here and if I can get past the enemies, you're not supposed to be here yet, but if I can just get past them. There's some, like, sort of like... Again, we're talking about Souls-like things in this game that predates Souls, but, like, the sort of fragmented storytelling is evident if we go through here. Because there's a little, like, sort of study area where you can read some stuff about the world that's just, like, written... It's like, I think it's on a wall. It just talks about, like, the king who set up a place here. King Harvine. Again, the... primary method of traversal in this game is hidden doors. Oh, oh god, no, that's a secret passage. That's a save point again.
So I'm going to plug Slugbot again, just in case. Slugbot is the Soulsborne bot for Twitch chats, and the creator always appreciates contributions because the bot is for free to use. So. If you wanna help him out, also, that command is for a Slugbot.
Mm. Well, we got skeleton.
Oh, here it is. I wish that you could have the "you died" screen. It would be so fun.
Maybe they'll mod it one day. I don't know.
I'm gonna edit it into the stream. When I get the VOD, I'm gonna put it up with I'm gonna put the "you died."
Another thing, again, when we talk about, like, From's area design, is you can see that, like, on the other side of that is the lighthouse that we went to before where I got the fire spell. And you can see that, like, even at this point, they're like, well, we'll put a broken bridge there to signify that people used to come and go from this place. And you just can't anymore. To sort of make it seem like it's not an abstract, like, here's the dungeon. It's like, okay, this used to be a functional place and it's just decayed and broken. It's on the other side of that. Let's go there again. Show you. I'll get to the other side and then I'll just leap off the side of the bridge and then I'll switch games.
Sure.
Hopefully the Armored Core disc still works. Hey, Vodka! Hello! Here's the bridge. You can see, like, this is the bridge. So that's the other side, and this leads to the big lighthouse. You can see even like they sort of play into the idea of like it's like a magic lighthouse, all these fire around it, because there's these like fire sprites sort of like circling it. It's a very like there's so many
by the
things
way,
here. Yeah.
Sorry, if Redgrave is still here, I had a question. I remember watching a playthrough of Sekiro where Theomany was talking and lore, but I do not remember if that is you or that was you or Aegon. So if it was you, let me know. Sorry, Richie, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say like the thing we keep saying is like this is doing things that the Souls games do, but I mean that's the backwards way of doing it because this predates them. Because like I don't want to like say that like Miyazaki doesn't have his own style and his own contributions. Obviously he does, but so much of what's considered Souls-like is just From's house style that they've been doing since.
Yeah.
This game is 26 years old. Like they've been doing it since then.
God, it's almost as old as me.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Redgrave. Yeah, I thought it was Aegon. I was mistaken. Yeah, he did a Sekiro playthrough where Theomany was there and they were talking lore, and it was really, really nice.
Yeah. We should do more stuff with Theomany.
Math,
Oh my god!
says that we have raised $890.
That's so good. Oh my god! Yeah, we're doing so good.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and Math, it's up to you to tell us when we're doing this again. If you want to do it next year or if you want to do it at Christmas, we're here.
Yeah.
I may not be there for Christmas, like in the days around the holiday, because I will have a family and I will be married. So I will go spend Christmas with the family. But we could set it up for around like the beginning of December if that is the case. Okay. This game could have been in school with us, yes.
Okay, yeeted off the side by a squid, so maybe that'll be the end of Kingsfield.
Redgrave says, I remember when we saw the first Demon's Souls screenshots, people were saying, oh, the person who made their last Armored Core game is making a new Kingsfield.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is.
Pretty much.
Okay, so for people who don't know, PS3s can natively play PS1 games, but you have to create virtual memory cards. So, I think I have Armored Core data on a different virtual memory card. I don't know, I'll have to check.
That's why I could buy the Resident Evils on my PS3 because it's backward compatible.
For reference,
that's great.
This is the Euro Kingsfield release box. I just noticed that insert's upside down, but yeah. People were asking like if it was like a jewel case or a long box. We didn't get long boxes here, as far as I know. So this is the PAL Kingsfield release. Like a lot of PAL releases, it came in 3 languages. So this is English, French, and German together, which was standard on the releases, and we got it in Australia because even though Australia is not in Europe, we use PAL.
Thank you, Redgrave, for passing by.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Bye bye.
And thank you, Matt, for the congrats.
Yeah.
Sorry, Richie, go ahead.
And I'm just going to switch over. This is Armored Core. This is not my my original Armored Core copy. Don't know what happened to that, but this is German, I think. I think that's where I got it from, but it doesn't matter because the PAL games all had like English, French, and German setup, so you could play whatever you wanted. Because a lot of people are curious about PAL, because I get a lot of questions about it. Like, what the hell does that mean? Because if you grew up playing with HDMI, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
But basically old TVs that had scan lines, depending on the input method you used, they would render the scan lines differently. So most places in like Europe would use a thing called PAL. It's like Europe, the Middle East, and Australia used PAL, which was like, it was quite a good quality image, but it scanned slowly. Whereas North America and Japan used NTSC, which was like, the image quality wasn't quite as good, but it updated very fast. So that was obviously better for video games. And because most video games were being made in Japan and North America, when they came over, they had to be converted to run at a slower frame rate. And sometimes that literally just involved slowing the game down.
Exactly. The difference is the frame rate, because PAL is 25 per second, and the American one is 30 per second, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was 24 or 25. I studied it in school and I don't remember anymore. My bad.
Okay, PAL is 25. Well, it's technically it's weird because it shows half the screen at a time. You don't notice because it's so fast. But PAL is PAL does it like 50 a second. North America's 60. So it's not that noticeable, but when you're playing a game, it is. If something's calibrated to run like literally like 10% faster, it actually makes a massive difference. So can I switch to this?
Meph, I'm so glad that you could join us for the last day too. It was lovely to have you here. And we got surprised Redgrave as well. It was awesome.
Hang on, let's make this. Assign you to slot 1. And okay, good. So this should work, assuming the disk isn't dead.
If in the future I get a capture card, I would love to play Resident Evil 1 and 2 again with you guys. Yeah. They're some of my favorite games.
Yeah.
They're so good.
Oh, another thing, like while we're waiting for this to load, is like the Armored Core manual has like all the world information in it. This is like explaining all the corporations and stuff. And like what the terminology means, and it actually walks you through like the difference between 1-player and 2-player modes. And this is what I mean by it being PAL, because you can just, all these languages are in here. We can play it in whatever. Could play it in Italian because Altair is here, but for my own sanity, I'm going to play it in English. Yeah.
I wouldn't say so. Yeah.
Yeah. So Armored Core is basically a game that, like, if you are very into builds and like optimizing characters and output and stuff, Armored Core is an extremely good series.
Again, Luna.
Hey,
welcome.
Hey, you're just in time for Armored Core. So let's watch the opening. The opening really kind of like, this is the game. It's like, look at all these different parts. Stick them together and build a robot. So this was, we talked about this last time, but if people weren't here, like, this was the first From game I played. This was on a demo disc I got in a magazine in, would have been like 98, I think, 97, 98. And it was, because it was a demo, it wasn't the full game, obviously. It was like the first 2 missions. But because the focus of Armored Core isn't so much the missions as the design aspect, they kept in most of the parts. So I spent a long time just playing that demo disc and just building different machines with it. And that was I kind of got hooked on it that way. And like the Souls games, the more you played through it and the more you explored it, you just kept finding more and more things, like different story paths and different mechanics you didn't know were there and stuff like that. It's incredibly deep.
That is something I really love.
And I noticed I have two entire Armored Core memory cards on this PS3, so I'm assuming there's a bunch of different builds and things I have. Ah, check this out. Ludwig's rifle. The way that grenade launcher with the hinged barrel is like, that's a sort of iconic Armored Core weapon. You see it all the time. They always like make a big deal out of it. This is Armored Core 1. This is the OG one. 1998, so I would have played it then. So that grenade launcher with the hinged barrel, that's a recurring thing throughout Armored Core. It's sort of like an iconic weapon for the series. And Ludwig's rifle, the way that falls down, it's like there's no way that's not an intentional reference to the Armored Core grenade launcher. Yeah. The gun, because I noticed this when I did the frame data for the wiki, but like the guns in Bloodborne, they're way more animated than you would think, because you only ever really see them from behind. But the way that did you know the cannon in Bloodborne has a telescoping barrel? Because I didn't until I watched it from the front.
Wow.
Yeah, because when you see it, it's the character from behind going boom. When you see it from the front, the character goes, it's really dramatic. They fling the cannon out, the barrel goes shunk, and they like boom, and then they just like push backwards. And it's so like, this belongs in a mech game. There is no way a human could use this.
I know.
Yeah.
I always thought that when I used the cannon. I was like, how does a person use that with their arm?
Yeah. So I guess we'll watch the demo.
I didn't find out until recently that guns have a dodge attack. Oh. Yeah, I mean the guns, yeah, they do. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm gonna say like that we'll just leave the demo playing for a bit. You can see like they're just showing off like these are all completely different designs you could make when you're playing it. It's like ones with hover. There's like ones with hover parts. There's ones with like spider legs. And yeah, you are encouraged to, because it's a mission-based game, you're encouraged to like rebuild based on the mission. So instead of like Bloodborne or Souls, where like you create a character and you're supposed to like stick with like, I'm a mage, I'm going to stick with being a mage throughout the game. This is like, when you come to a mission, it's like you got to think about maybe rebuilding. Like, just building it. Yeah, so it's been like, I don't know.
It's so nice that you can be so versatile and...
Yeah.
And just, how can I say it? You can just rebuild
yeah.
If you want to.
This is interesting, too, because when you create a character, you have your name. But then you also have the call sign that you use as a pilot, and they're distinct. So your character will have a name, and then they'll have a code name, and they'll only ever call you by the code name. But the file will be under the character's name. So this actually runs on the same engine as Kingsfield. And it's very, very clunky and janky and slow. But
system engaged.
I mean, for 1998 standards, this isn't bad. It's just like, you can see, like, it's not exactly, it's not Bloodborne, it's not like thrilling, it's not Sekiro. It runs at like a very, very, it's like 12 FPS, I think. That's nothing to do with me, that's like the frame rate it just has. And again, like early PlayStation does not have analog support, it's all D-pad, so you don't really, you're not going to be playing like a fast thing, you're basically a tank. And what Miyazaki did with For Answer is he made it fast. And he added like quick dodges, he added boost, he had like a lot more boosting, he added this like regenerating shield, kind of like from Halo. To sort of encourage you to play in a more aggressive way. You can see here, like, I'm firing missiles, but the missiles actually have like a trajectory. There's actually, we were talking about this with the Lore Hunter when I was on his channel, but like, a Call Beyond is like this. Like, a Call Beyond is very powerful, but you have to take into account its trajectory, because otherwise it just goes over things. You can see now, like, that missile,
true.
It's a guided missile, but I was too close to it, so it just went around.
A raven.
Yeah.
Also, fully voiced, which is, like, really neat. This is fully dubbed and voice acted in English all the way through. It's actually not a bad dub at all. And yeah, so this is the hub.
Zero is saying, I'm using the boom hammer in Bloodborne right now, and it is surprisingly fun to use.
Yeah, I love the boom hammer.
And Livy said, when you're cooked up on old god blood, anything is possible.
So this is Armored Core doesn't have a hub, it just has this system where you click that to go on missions, the mission button. But the way it does I guess NPC interaction is you have email. If you open this, you can see that characters will send us email. And right now, because it's the start of the game, we're not getting particularly like noteworthy things told to us, but as this goes on, like you'll get characters like saying like, hey, like I have some like secret information for you, or they'll like ask you to betray people and stuff like that. So you get this whole system of like talking, like you don't reply, but they'll say like, you know, if you take this mission, side with me and I'll betray this person and we'll both take the money or something like that. Or like you'll encounter like a person you don't recognize, and then you'll get an email from someone saying like, okay, that this is who that was, or something like that. It's like really in depth. There's also there's multiple branching storylines, but there's no indication that you're actually going to do them. They just happen organically. So like the missions, I'll show you. It's the shop, sorry. Let's go to the missions. You can see that every mission has a requester, right? So this is the Zam City Guard. I think the other one is this Isaac City or Zam City. This is Chrome, okay. So that's kind of important because here we have like, this is for Zam City and this is for Chrome. Zam City and Chrome are distinct factions. So what happens is every time you succeed at a mission for one of these factions, that faction gets stronger in world. And if that faction's mission was to attack another faction, that faction's going to get weaker. But this is not actually expressed in game as like a number. You aren't given like, there's not like a graph on a screen showing like this is how strong everything is. It just happens. Like it's kept track of internally, but you don't see it. So basically, if we do a bunch of... Chrome is one of the two major powers. The other major power is another company called Murakumo. And depending on the company you do the most like successful missions for, that company at like the 2/3 point will overthrow the other. And then that completely changes the end of the game. Because like, if Murakumo is in charge, the story goes one way. If Chrome are in charge, it goes another way. And the really interesting thing that you don't notice that you've played it a bunch of times is the way that you learn about one of the corporations is you side with the other one, because the other one is digging up dirt on the one that you were working for before. So if you want to find out what Chrome are doing, Chrome won't tell you. You have to side with Murakumo, and then Murakumo will say, we've been spying on Chrome, they're doing this. And likewise, if you side with Chrome, they start giving all the dirt on what Murakumo are doing. But you won't know what they're actually doing if you side with them. So, because they're both, like, competing with each other and digging up dirt. But when you work for them, they're basically lying to you and trying to make you think that they're the good ones, like Frampton Calf.
It's kind of funny because I showed last night. I showed my GF about Evangelion. Like I gave her a lore recap because she's not gonna watch it, but I did. So we fished it out, and it's kind of like Nerve and Silly. Like they're working in parallel for different purposes, but on the same things. And there's this gray morality thing going on, and so it kind of feels like you would be an employee of theirs.
Yeah. So this is the garage.
Murakumo, like the sword in Dark Souls.
Yeah, they're called their full name is Murakumo Millennium, and their logo is actually a sword when you work for them. We can actually see the logo. So this is the we don't have any extra parts, unfortunately, so we can't build yet. But we can still edit the robot, so like we can actually come up with a name for this robot that's distinct from ours. So I'll just call it like Snack One. I don't know, for Sin. So like
call it Meth.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right then. Okay, so Math. Hang on. You can have multiple like different robot setups and give them all different names when you're rich enough to afford multiple ones. So you can have a bunch that are set up at the start and be like, well, which one's going to fit for this mission? So we go to performance. You get that's basically your stats screen, and those numbers all matter. Like things like radar range and like FCS performance, turning speed, like weight, they all play into how it handles. It's weird when you talk about like the game is very clunky and controls like a tank, but things like the speed would matter, but they do give you an edge. You can also see here it gives us, oh thank you Math, it gives us a like you can see that the exact cost of like all the parts is like 211,000 credits for all those parts. So if we sold everything, we'd have that much. You can remove some parts and still run, but basically you need to have like arms, legs, torso, head, and a generator. You can we could, if we wanted, remove the radar and the missiles from our back and still run and maybe sell those to get something else, but we won't for the moment. So what we can do here is we can change this is really good, and they never brought it back for souls, and I'm still annoyed. So the first thing we can do is we can apply any kind of like camouflage pattern we want. So look, like that's like a grass pattern. We can get like, this is snow camouflage that I'm loading now. There's so many, like, and it just goes on, there's so many, they all look so good. Like we can get serpent scale pattern on us. I mean, it looks a little weird because this is an old game, so it just looks like green and blue dots, but like there's some very, very strange ones too. Like, I don't know what this is supposed to be. And these I think even have like, maybe I can't. I think even these have like different palettes you can load to get different kinds of like colored stripes and spots. So we can apply like any one of these patterns. It's really neat. Yeah, it looks like a disc. It does look like a disco ball. Like that's a more sort of obvious.
Yes.
That's a more obvious like camo pattern we've got now, but there's so many just weird ones. The other thing we can do is we can go custom. So custom is what it looked like before, but we can edit the color of the custom one. So what we can do here is we can go through, we're on the base color now, so we can just set this to whatever we want. And we can make ourselves bright green, we can make ourselves like, we could make ourselves pink if we wanted. We can just take it up to there and be like, sort of like peach colored. And God, which button is it? Is it circle? Yeah. So every part of it can be changed. So we can have like, we can basically go like pink and black if we want it. And it gives you can see like gives us the exact color value there. So if we want to recreate, we can just, I used to write down like on a notepad what color to use at certain points. So we can just make this whatever color we want. But also, like, I've cancelled out a bit. We don't even need to go to just color the whole make. We can actually just color part of it. So if we want to get really obsessive, we can like just have the head be one color. So we can just edit the colors of the head. We can give ourselves like the white head there. And then we can have like the core be, like bright green. So you can see how like it's very easy to just get lost in this part of the game.
Yeah.
And you can just spend like hours and hours just doing this. And we're not even like anywhere near done with this because you've got a little emblem on the side of the mech, which isn't showing us. We don't have one at the moment, but they include sample emblems. So we can use any of these. And there's actually this other page is hidden. They don't tell you about it, but it's if you press L1, you get this. So you can get all these really cool. There's the Murakumo emblem with the sword. It's very like sort of Imperial Japan looking thing. There's Chrome. There's all these other groups, like there's Chemical Dyne is one of the other factions. They're like a shady like Umbrella Corporation thing. Struggle is they're like a terrorist faction. One of the factions in this game is called Dark Soul. They are in one mission. There is a terrorist faction called Dark Soul. So I'm gonna go Danger Bunny. Now you might think, is that all? No, because we can draw on this. It's like we can just go paint and we can draw like. So it's the wrong one. It's actually quite awkward to control this. You can sort of imagine, given that like it's a PlayStation 1 controller trying to do a paint program, but like we can, so pen mode. So okay, so we can actually just draw, like we can draw on this, and that will show up like on the actual robot. The other thing we can do on this is what I used to do as a kid, is we can edit the palette. So you can see how like we can make the bunny, like the bunny costume, a different color. Which button is this one? Okay, so let's say we want her to have a green bunny suit. We can like change the values that are used to make the bunny suit and make it green. And because basically I could not obviously draw very well with this like toolkit, because it's literally a PS1 controller trying to control a paint program. Like, we can do that. This is what I used to do in order to like customize the emblems, because I was not gonna fucking try like freehand drawing in this thing. And we can just save. So you can see, because it's so small, but that bunny girl is now on the shoulder of the robot. You can see when it spins around, it's the hand that doesn't have a gun in it. There's also... This is how we meet the NPCs. So... These are all ranked from, like... how many? I think this only goes to 10. In the other ones, it will go all the way down to, like, number 50, basically. And you watch your own character climb up this. So we're not on the list because we've not started missions yet. But you can see, like, these are the other characters in the game. And, like, we may never actually meet them. And it's also possible that we'll run into them in missions. And if we encounter them and kill them, like, they'll disappear from the board and we'll start moving up. And you can see they all have different biographies that explain, like, the... So if you see, like, yeah, it just describes, like, you know, this guy is a heavily armored tank, he's, like, a spirited up-and-comer. It's not, like, not particularly fascinating stories, but it's interesting to, like, look into them. And, you know, like,
Meph said, let's do challenge run of drawing
well,
the circle.
I tried so hard as a teenager to do this. And, what are these? So you can see, like, there's certain, like, the way that the emblems and things they use are very, they're very fantasy things. Like, you have, like, the wolf and it's called Fenrir. Called Fenrir, sorry, and then you got, like, Crescent Moon. Yeah, I did. The first time I streamed this, I made a bright pink one. It looked like a pride float. And, like, maybe we'll do that again one day, but I don't have time to, like, do all my colors this time. Like, this one here, where it's, like, the AC is called Pretty Kitty. And their emblem is this, like, little cartoon cat. Yeah.
That's beautiful.
It's beautiful. And, like, of these characters, the only really important one is Hustler 1.
So, like, Hustler 1 he's a recurring character in the series. And, like, that mech called the Nine Ball keeps coming back, and basically the end of the game... the end of the game is fucking awful, and I don't want to do it, because the end of the game is actually worse than Bed of Chaos. Because the final mission of Armored Core is a gigantic 3D platforming sequence where you have to move up on all these moving platforms and try to, like, hop from platform to platform while they're moving. And the problem is that there's also these gun turrets shooting you. And if you get hit by any of the bullets, the recoil will knock you off the platform. You'll fall down to the bottom and have to climb all the way back up again. And it's so insufferable. And I know people who quit and just never finished Armored Core 1 because of that mission. It's so, so bad.
Oh boy.
It can take hours. And, like, it can give you, like, hand cramp. It's terrible. But yeah, like, the end of the game is actually set inside the, like, the hub area, like the computer that controls all this. And you find out at the end that Hustler 1's actually the AI that's like trying to run everything. And by defeating Hustler 1, you actually, like, sort of... It's kind of like the Dark Lord ending of Dark Souls. You sort of, like, throw the world back into chaos, but there's also a chance that things might improve now, because they're no longer stuck in the cycle. So hang on, let's go slot 2, because those were quite late in the game. These would be the saved files from when I streamed this the first time. Because I didn't want us to waste time... Oh, you know, I made 2 different robots, okay. So basically, when I streamed this the first time, I made a bunch of saves prior to streaming, so I didn't want us to wait in between missions forever while I rebuilt things. So I'll just grab a random one. I don't know what mission this is going to be. But yeah, I made one set of saves for siding with Chrome and one set of saves for siding with Murakumo. So we're in 2.5 hours, so I think, like... The cool thing I'm going to show off at the end might be like 2 hours, maybe. I don't know. Oh god, this character is called Goatbone. Okay, that is because we streamed another really weird PS1 game called Kagero. And that has just the most bizarre character names in it. There was a guy called Goatbone. I think we must have just named the character after him. I can't remember. So where are we? God. Oh, this is the one with Dark Soul. Okay, cool. Let's go fight Dark Soul. So this is interesting because this is a mission you get where you will not get any money, but you'll get a rare, like, unique part for the robot. So by doing it, like, I will lose money in the end. It will be a net loss for me because you have to, every time, like, in this game, after every mission, you get an expense report. So all the ammunition you use and all the damage you take is actually deducted from the amount of money that you get at the end. Yeah. So if you go around just, like, randomly shooting stuff, if you, like, fire rockets and things into walls, you got to pay for all those rockets, and you have to pay for, like, all the damage that you take. So if you like sort of limp to the end of a mission, you've taken a ton of damage, you'll probably lose money because the amount of repairs will actually not be covered by the income you got from it. And also, like, there's, like, the really powerful weapons, like rocket launchers and stuff, they might cost, like, thousands per shot. So you really have to, like, think ahead. So, Dark Soul broke into their property and stole some tanks. And this is, like, this mission is just shoot some people in a desert. It's really not... Like, the missions in Armored Core, things like this are very, very short. Some missions are quite long, some are short. This is a short one.
Raistlin is asking, have you got a save to show off picking up the MLGs again, Richie?
So the problem is, I know that I probably do, but I don't know which one it is the problem, because I just have 2 memory cards for this. This is from years ago, I didn't write down what was what. So this is a mech I made, so you can see basically it's a tank. It doesn't look humanoid at all. And I can... Wait, there we go. So you can see it, the guns fold down like a Ludwig's rifle. So this is like it's like a very like tanky sort of like tough thing. It's not fast, but it can take a lot of punishment. So
The environment looks really pretty for such an old game.
yeah. This is weirdly like parts of it is it's like a post-apocalyptic thing where most of humanity live underground.
Battle over. Combat system disengaged.
But you sometimes get service missions. Also, like to show like what I mean about this game having all this depth to it. You have to put a computer in the robot to run it, and the different computers all have different voice actors. So that, like, battle over, system disengaged thing. If I had a different computer, it would be a completely different voice. And some of them sound human, some of them sound like text-to-speech. Like, there's so much stuff in this. I got new mail, cool. Actually, yeah, you can see here, this is kind of the amount of mail you end up with later on. So, like, this is Murakumo thanking me. And you can see, like, because Murakumo and Chrome are opposed, they're, like, talking crap about Chrome. So they do this whole, like, oh, we'll be watching your career with great interest. And then you get, like... So R, this character here, R is a character who, like... He's sort of like an informant. He will send you, like, bits and pieces of, like, world information. That maybe she's sort of, like, meant to be the neutral sort of voice on this. Who will just give you, like, again, like, this is very sort of Soulsy. Like, you got, like, here's just some information about the history of Zam City. About, like, who's, like, doing the urban development and everything. And, Human Plus. So let's talk about Human Plus. Human Plus is sort of the, like... The sort of B-plot of the game. Where all these characters are out researching this thing called Human Plus. And you can see, like, R is currently saying, like, Human Plus is something that Murakumo developed, but then the longer you work with Murakumo, the more you realize they didn't develop it, they actually found it. It's like pre-war technology that they found in like a lab, and they're sort of trying to like bootleg, I guess. And one of the really weird things, again, there's these systems upon systems that I never knew existed for years. You can actually undergo Human Plus experimentation as your character. Seriously. Because what will happen, we were talking about fail-safes. This has a system, and I'll try to show it off actually, where if you can go into debt. Like if you can't, when you're in debt, you can't buy things. Your balance is in the negative, so you can't buy stuff, but you won't lose the game. You'll just be in negative money, so you won't be able to buy anything until the money goes back up again. And if your debt gets high enough, though, you end up basically being sold on the, like, your body is sold into human experimentation to pay to cover it. And you undergo Human Plus. And when you undergo it, it actually, like, it's really creepy because you get all these additional abilities, but your character's name is erased, and you just end up called, like, plus, like, a number.
That is incredible.
Yeah, and you can undergo it multiple times, and the more you do it, the, like, more abilities your character gets. And it resets everything. It's kind of like going into New Game Plus. So...
Oh boy.
It's like a failsafe where if your character is completely screwed up, like if you end up in an unwinnable situation, you'll just be Human Plussed and then the game will basically start over.
That's awesome.
Combat system.
This is a more standard sort of. You can see it's moving a lot faster.
Do you get multiplayer access?
You get there is multiplayer in this. But you need 2 PlayStations. This is a thing people may not know, but like PlayStations had a system, like this obviously before online was a thing. You could attach PlayStations together. Like you could link them together and play that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
I saw that happen. It's true.
Yeah, Armored Core has this.
Do multiplayer live with a person.
Yeah, if you had 2 PlayStations and 2 TVs, you could link them together and do. It was like a LAN, like a head-to-head LAN thing. Armored Core has that. You can actually do 2-player with like both on your own screen. There's also regular 2-player, but I obviously can't do that because I haven't got anyone to play with it here in this room apart from Ingrid. But yeah, like this is just like you can see the AI is not great. You can just sort of like circle strafe. I am getting the shit knocked out of me, obviously, because I'm talking to you, but like I shall talk about this laser weapon while I'm being fried. So you can see like on the side of the side of the screen I have like a little energy bar that's going up and down. That's basically stamina from the Souls games. It affects how much I can fly and run and stuff. And what happens is that if you have solid like ammunition based weapons, they don't deplete it because you're just firing a gun, it doesn't matter. This thing has a laser rifle, and because it has a laser rifle, it actually drains the stamina when it fires. Because it's using the generator to fire itself. So, I'm in a situation where like, I'm getting the crap kicked out of me. Because, like, if I'm firing, I also can't be moving. Because that's using up the generator capacity. I'm dead now. Just reset. Yeah, so, like, if you build a speedy laser thing, you need to invest in a massively powerful generator, or else it just doesn't work. Whole thing falls apart. But also the advantage of the laser things is that a lot of things in the game are very, very weak to lasers because they're new technology. And the shots don't cost anything because it's just energy. So you're not billed at the end of the mission for how much ammunition you used. So, like, yeah, there's so many just systems upon systems upon systems. I'm trying to find, like, one of the larger interior levels to show off, but I can't remember which mission is which because it just shows you how many you've finished. Doesn't have like a linear structure to it. Like it has like a legitimate like story to it where like when one of the companies falls, it doesn't just fall. You actually get like it will have like a last stand, and like Chrome's last stand is they run off and try to hijack a hey Avi. They run off and try to hijack like a space station, and you have to like mop up the remnants of Chrome as they're in like a space station. It's like there's so much going on in it. Which robot is this? This would be Snack 1 again. Oh yeah, okay, it's the same kind of mecha. Let's see what mission this is. Space catapult, here we go. Yeah, so this is one of the interior. This actually becomes a lot like Kingsfield, because this is running on the same engine as Kingsfield. That's sort of why it's particularly slow. Go. Sorry, Ingrid's just can't decide where she wants to sit today.
Combat system engaged.
So you can see like this one here, it's got like, it has missile launchers on its arms.
Intruders found in
So
facility.
in order to fight in like an interior space, it has to switch to its shoulder weapons, which are these Gatling gun things. So a lot of the game is more like the ones I showed off before were the sort of outdoorsy missions are not that common. It's mostly stuff like this. You're kind of infiltrating different facilities in the robot. And there's even like, because it's the same engine as Kingsfield, they managed to work a termite nest into this.
Oh boy.
And I noticed I have that on the list for this character. There's a mission called Infiltrate, just exterminate organisms. And the organisms are basically just the termites from
Cannot unlock
Kingsfield.
gate.
I see.
Like there's so many different like subplots and things. Like there's this whole thing about them making these like weird artificial termite things to like attack cities. But if you want, I think you can just ignore that completely. It's just like an optional side thing.
This is something I've been curious about. That, you know, FromSoft wasn't as famous as it is now, obviously, after the Souls games. And it was a small company. And I was wondering how well known were they in Japan specifically before they made Demon Souls and Dark Souls?
I think they were known for as a mecha company mostly, because Armored Core is very big, and because like I mentioned before, I was an Armored Core fan before I was a Souls fan. Cause basically, Souls didn't exist, but like. You could always pick up like Armored Core model kits, Armored Core like books, Armored Core CDs and stuff, because it was sort of their bread and butter. I don't know how big Kingsfield was. I expect Kingsfield was, because Kingsfield is like, they made 4 of them, so I'm assuming someone liked them. And they also made like Eternal Ring, which is basically just Kingsfield again, but with more magic, and then like Shadow Tower, which is also basically Kingsfield, but in a weird Bloodborne universe thing.
Oh.
Yeah, Shadow Tower is basically plays like Kingsfield, except it's like the setting is more modern, like you have guns and stuff like in Bloodborne. And it has, what does it have? It's like
unlock gate.
It makes me think of the way Elden Ring is turning out, because it's like this big sort of tree with all these different worlds coming off it. That you sort of have the tower is actually like an underground system of tunnels that, because the tower, it's a tower, but it's a subterranean tower, and all the different, so it's like an arch tree, and the branches of the tree go off into different worlds, so you sort of go in and out of the. And also that's got, like, going back to things, that has a character whose soul is stuck in a doll. Like it's all in there.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Just how many things they have been working with for so long.
Emergency call received.
Your plot twist.
Emergency call received.
Oh, so this game literally has bugs.
Shuttle speaking. Emergency. A Murakumo battleship is approaching. Halt operations. You have 3 minutes. Return immediately. I repeat, return immediately.
Combat target changed. Countdown initiated.
Now we got to get out, but from memory they like lock the doors. So you have to come up with an alternate means of escape. See, this is not an optimal mech for like escaping places quickly, because it's too fat. I'm sorry, honey. But like you gotta. Can this open? There we go. They also like Armored Core manages to have a poison swamp in it inexplicably.
Oh.
There is a level, I don't know what sortie number it is, so I can't guarantee we can see it, but it has a level where the area is, they say it's like a metal eating gas. So when you go into the area, it is this purple gas everywhere, and as you move through the area, the purple gas drains your armor. So it's exactly like a fucking FromSoft poison swamp, but for a robot. So I think we're getting out of here. I think we can just get out this way.
I wonder why people like that Maiden and Doll voice actor didn't take advantage of their popularity. I could see it at the time of Demon Souls, but by now someone must have told them. I don't know, the industry is a strange world,
we don't
honestly.
know who that is. It's the thing, because if that is only credits at Demon Souls and Bloodborne, So there was this whole theory that she wasn't even a real person at one point, but she is. It's possible she's like either not professionally an actor and they chose her because they liked the quality that her voice had, or that she's a stage actor and she doesn't do voiceover work, so she's not in voiceover databases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of possibilities.
Yeah. Okay, termite time.
Still incredible to me that Armored Core has the Holy Moonlight Sword.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't remember which mission it's in, because I can't really show it off. Although, hang on, maybe if I pick an end game one.
Don't worry about the small ones. Aim for the
If I pick an end game one, I might have
yeah.
it already. So this is interesting. This is something I've talked about before. See how I can't lock onto that thing? Like, normally you lock on automatically. I cannot lock onto this, and the reason I can't lock onto it is that it's a biological organism. So there's no, like, heat signature. Like, you can't lock onto it because it doesn't have a heat signature. But there's actually,
That is really cool.
It gets better, because there's special parts you can use that will actually give you, like, a sensor that lets you lock onto biological organisms. And it's only useful against this one enemy type.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but, like, the fact that they do stuff like that is so, like... And look, you'll also notice they don't show up on the radar. So I have, like, no idea how many of these things there are or where they are, because they do not register. I don't have a biosensor. But yeah, again, like, this is obviously quite Kingsfieldy. It's like these sort of gradually descending corridors. There's also, like, again, we talked about this with Kingsfield, but, like, gating off content, where there's parts in Armored Core where, like, the level will have a series of security, like, laser gates around it that will damage you until you turn them off. But if you're driving something like this, which is an absolutely massive, like, hunk of metal that's really hard to kill, you can just, like, drive through them. Because, like, it just won't do enough damage to kill you. So you can just you can, like, skip parts of the level by just driving through. Or if you're really fast, you can just, like, scoot through, and you won't be in the lasers long enough for them to damage you much. So it's full of things like that.
That's great.
And this is why, like, I got so into it as a teenager, because there's just so much you can do. But, like, I bought this game, and I just played it non-stop for, like, 3 years. And still didn't see everything.
I can see how.
Yeah.
It's a lot more complex than I thought.
It does that Souls thing where it's really complex, but it doesn't tell you that, like, that's actually a thing you find out as you go. So, like, you find out that there's, like, different story paths because one day you might play it and get a different ending. But it's not like it has an on-screen graphic saying, like, here's how everything works. You just figure it out.
Bye, Livy. See you next time.
Oh, bye, Livy.
Also, Harvey says this is like those incredibly expensive exterminator commercials you see where it's like, other exterminators are squeamish nerds who have to smash every termite one by one while they cry, but Ethonix brings death rain murder storm technology to kill termites fast.
Yes. Oh yeah, no, Meth has Yvetta's signature, which is like that is the first point I believed Yvetta was a real person, was when Meth got her signature. Here we go.
You can't imagine. Oh yeah, the signature. Yeah, that's also why I know she's a real person.
Yeah.
Because Meth has a signature.
Oh yeah, also, like, we were talking about Ludwig's rifle, so, like, these have the same hinged barrels that Ludwig's rifle has. Because Armored Core is in love with hinged barrels. So how are we on? We are on... It's like... We have about a bit less than 2 hours to go, so... I might actually... I'll reset, and then I'll see if I can find a file with the Moonlight Sword. And then I think
That would be lovely.
The last, like... however long is left can be the little...
2 hours now, so...
Yeah, the little project I've programmed, so... Oh my god, she has an agent. Okay, so she must be a professional actor if she's got an agent. I guess she just doesn't do much voice work.
Oh.
It's, yeah, because, like, the other, Ingrid, do not get on the table. Sorry. The other, people in the Souls cast, it's mostly, like, actors I recognize because they're very prolific, VAs in the UK. I recognize them from a lot of, like, anime dubs they did. Actually, around the same time I was playing Armored Core, honestly. Yeah, so, the Peter Marinka, who's Framped and Allant and everything, he was the villain in like, so many of the shows I grew up watching because he has that, like, sinister voice. Like, ah, ha, ha, ha.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. I can't hold the moon. It doesn't even have any arms. Look at this. Can I give it arms? Do I have any arms? No. Okay. Must not be on this file then, because the robot has no arms. I'll find something. Like, Solaire's VA did a whole lot of stuff. Andre's VA was in everything.
F says, from what I understand, she has VA as a side gig or something, so I think she doesn't move in this circle to even realize her popularity.
Yeah, yeah.
Wish I could tell her.
Yeah, yeah. So it reminds me of, like, E.T., the alien from the movie. Like, the woman who voices E.T., like, wasn't a professional actor, but they heard her, like, someone was just behind her in a line, and, like, the E.T. voice is her voice, of like, like, that sort of, like, croaky voice is actually how she talks. And he just said, like, hey, do you want to, like, do you want to be, like, an alien in this movie? Because we need someone with a voice that sounds like you. And she just said, okay. So I wonder if Iveta, like, they picked it because they wanted the quality that her voice had. And maybe that's why she doesn't do acting outside of it. I don't know. Hang on, I must... Do I have the Moonlight? I must have it. It's literally called Moonlight. How do I not have the Moonlight? It should be called LS Moonlight. I guess I don't have it on any of the files here. Hang on, I'll load up, like, one more.
It's okay if you don't.
Yeah, I don't remember where any of these files are actually from. Because these are all made for a stream that was in 2019. It's like Zardion.
I would love to see an Armored Core that made the now and see what they would do.
Well, after Elden Ring, I'm pretty sure that is what they're doing, based on what I've seen. Not necessarily Armored Core, but something similar.
Also,
like, yeah,
I wanted to ask you what you think about Metal Wolf Chaos. Like, do you think they were serious doing it?
No, it's a joke.
Or is it because it's obviously a joke?
Yeah,
I mean, the text is so funny.
Yeah, no, it's meant to be like a satire of a satire of like American politics from a Japanese perspective. That's why it's like that.
They're not wrong.
Yeah, so that's why like it was made with like it's a Japanese game that wasn't supposed to be released outside Japan, but it had the it had like American VAs and it was in English because they wanted to create that like I found it. Okay. This is the mission the Moonlight is in, so I don't have it, but we'll be able to find it. The problem is we can't use it when we get it. You have to be able to beat the mission and go back and equip it, but like I'll show you where it is.
It's okay, but it's also really cool to see where it is in the first place.
Oh, so this
Main
mech
system
is...
engaging combat mode.
This mech is... Hang on, let's make sure I'm safe. Okay. This mech is a recreation of the mech that is on my wall. Oops. Sorry, I'll come back in a second.
It's okay.
Hang on. Be back? Oh dear. Okay, we are still...
You know,
still
not
here.
everyone wants to be popular on social media.
Yeah.
Especially women who have a job somewhere and they don't need that.
Yeah,
if women can avoid it, usually they don't do that kind of thing.
Sorry, my camera came out of the thing when I moved it.
It's alright.
It's okay.
Take your time. Meth, speaking of Demon's Souls voice actor, I've seen recently credits popping up for those roles that weren't in the credits. Do you know where those come from? That would be interesting to know. Yeah, if you're not a woman, you can't speak on the subject. You don't know what it's like.
Makes sense. Cool. Good. So what I was going to show, sorry, before this whole thing fell apart, is that mech there is a recreation of that mech there that I have on my wall.
Uh-huh.
Because it is an SNES game that basically nobody except me and 2 other people care about. And we don't even think it's that good. But like, we were sort of obsessed with it, and I'm like, can I make Zardion in Armored Core? And it's like, go for it. And I also wrote the if people know Hardcore Gaming 101, the website, I wrote the Zardion article for Hardcore Gaming 101 because no one else cares about it. And back when I had a Twitter, the director of Zardion actually followed me because like no one else had mentioned it. And he's like, thank you so much for remembering Zardion. One thing...
I don't think I've ever been a fan of a game that was that niche. That must be funny.
The thing is, we're not even really fans of it. We're like, this game is actually kind of shitty. But, I mean, the director agreed it wasn't very good. Because he had all these stories about, like, yeah, we had this plan for it that didn't work out, and, like, the producers, like, massively overestimated what we could do, and... but yeah, like, that was cool to actually be able to say, like, yeah, hey, the guy who made Zardion noticed me. So the way you find the Moonlight, I cannot quite remember. One of these tiles on the floor is it's not as specific as one, it's like a whole section of them. Down one of these corridors will break open when you attack it, and then there's a huge... I think it's actually this one. I think it's like where this like fireball tramp is.
Oh yes, let's stream it one day if you like. I'd love that.
I have it. It's literally, it's on the base of my television now. I
will gladly offer my channel if you like.
I bought a I'd emulate it, but like I bought an original Zardion card on eBay from a guy from Japan to just be like, yeah, I do own this. This, like, frankly, like, basically unplayable game that's got some decent ideas and my friends and I like. Come out, come on. Come.
It would be fun to play a game that is basically dead and forgotten.
Yeah. That's like everything I own at this point that isn't Souls. Is something that's dead and forgotten.
Having the guy who made Zardian analogy is like having the janitor know you're the one who started a food fight.
Basically, yeah. Okay, so it's one of these corridors that shoots the like. You can also see like this is very kind of Kingsfieldy, like it's like a big ruined building, and it's got these traps in it. But like this doesn't really seem like a mecha level.
Oh, by the way, Richie, just warning you that I'll mute my mic soon because I am starving and I need to tweet something.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I hope I can.
Oh, hi, Doc.
Hey. Is it this one?
Welcome. We just so everyone knows, we are soon starting a little Bloodborne related special exclusive. So hang on and stick with us until the end if you can, because it's going to be awesome.
Is going to be something no one has seen before.
Yes.
And we can guarantee that because I programmed it last night.
Yes.
Okay, there's the auto map. I think I have to keep.
Are you going to play Yharnam on stream?
Probably not, unless like not tonight anyway. Oh, here we go. This was unintentional, but like you can see, if you exhaust the stamina bar, it goes red, and you cannot use anything until the stamina bar is back again. So it's like it's if you exhaust your energy, you are incredibly vulnerable, and like you just have to like stagger off and hide till it comes back.
Isn't it like that also in the Souls games, that if you consume a little bit and stop, it recovers faster than when you consume all of it?
Yeah, but this is like so much worse.
Ingo says, I remember playing Armored Core 2 on the PS2 long ago. I enjoyed it a lot and I thought it was very cool.
Yeah, I have Armored Core 2.
Yeah, indeed. We're discovering how cool Armored Core is now.
I have all the Armored Core games that were released in this region, so we could, like, one day... The problem is they're very samey. Like, Armored Core 2 and Armored Core 3 are functionally the same game with different missions in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you have, like, Armored Core 2, and then Armored Core 2 Another Age, and then, like, Armored Core Master of Arena, Armored Core... That's what, like, Miyazaki's game is called Armored Core 4 Answer, because it's not Armored Core 4, but it also kind of is. It's like Armored Core 4 and then Armored Core 4 Answer are distinct things.
Oh.
Because like Armored Core 4 Answer is like, it's the same basic engine and assets as Armored Core 4, but like done different, like different missions, different story and stuff like that. Here we go.
I see.
Yeah. And like, same thing happened. The last Armored Core they did was called Armored Core Verdict Day, which was like the spin-off of Armored Core 5. So Armored Core 5, and then like 5 is V, so Verdict Day is like the Armored Core 5 sort of alternate version. I swear to God, it is somewhere. Maybe I have to go up here again. Location now. Let's go on here.
Actually, Richard claiming for a new Armored Core is the reason Elden Ring was delayed.
That's true. It's me. Sin and I were on a stream with Philomena and Olivia Hill, if anyone knows her from Twitter, 'cause she's quite a big presence there. And like she's a massive mecha obsessive, so we talked about Armored Core with her, and it was like, finally I have someone to talk to about this.
I hope they release Elden Ring when it's actually finished, unlike Bloodborne. Let's hope that it's as finished as it can get.
We had this discussion about Bloodborne, though, where it's like, would Bloodborne should have had extra time in development? Like, yeah, but we also don't know that when it got extra time in development, that wouldn't just have meant that they changed it again. They just would have changed something else. I think it was kind of always going to be in that kind of state, because they're just sort of playing around with it constantly.
The thing that I'm thinking is that I believe that Bloodborne is finished, but they just wanted to do so much with it.
Yeah.
Just it could never really be finished.
Yeah, like it's like the thing about comparing it with Dark Souls 3 is like Dark Souls 3 also massive rewrites and everything, but people are obsessed with the cut stuff in Dark Souls 3, I think in part because Dark Souls 3 feels incomplete.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I came in. I'm an idiot. God, okay. Well, the Moonlight Sword is in this level. I don't know where, because it's the same architecture over and over again. But basically, you blow out part of the floor, you fall down this extremely long chasm, and then the Moonlight is at the bottom. I don't think we're going to get there in the next 5 minutes. That's sort of my cutoff point for this, but it doesn't look any different to the rest of the level, so you're not missing anything really. And we won't be able to use the Moonlight because you can only use it when you go back to the garage to equip it. So I'm sorry we didn't find it. I'm pretty sure it's along here though, because I distinctly remember that stupid fireball hitting me over and over again while I was trying to get to it.
Miyazaki himself has gone on the record saying that Bloodborne is the one he did how he wanted, and positive further developing time would have just got better chalices. Yeah, I agree. It's absolutely true. And I am sure that the chalices are the only part that is really unfinished, and you can tell.
Chalices and moon phases. The moon phases are the only thing, like, I'd say, fix this if you could. Everything else, I think, is fine like it is. Yeah. It doesn't feel like parts of it are missing in the way that, like... Because I think with the thing about, like, cut stuff is that in the Dark Souls 3 cut stuff is, I think, compelling because Dark Souls 3 is clearly not finished, and there's clearly something missing. The Bloodborne cut stuff is interesting because it just gives you a different perspective on this world that is interesting already. To me, that's the difference. And I'm fine talking about both of them, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
I'm just going to shoot this ground until something happens. Maybe it's not this one. Okay, it's 1:26 now. If I'm not at the Moonlight by 1:30, I'll just, like, quit and do the other things. That's more important, but...
Okay. Yeah, we have 1 hour and a half to go.
Yeah. Oof. Where are we? I think we just have to keep going down as far as we can. But yeah, like, I found it by accident. I distinctly remember it happened one night. It happened the night of an important football game, and I remember finding it while the people on the radio I was listening to. So I used to play PS1 while listening to the radio at night. And the people on the radio had a massive fight over the football game, and one of them stormed out of the studio. It was like the local like DJs had this massive fight the night, and I just have this distinct memory of like that fight happening while I found the Moonlight Sword.
Hello, Andy.
Hey.
It's going well. We're about to finish Armored Core.
Yeah, this is just like a demo.
And then talk about Bloodborne. Talk about a new Bloodborne content that Richie worked on last night. Also, there is an anecdote that I paid to hear the complete version of. Basically, ENB went with the head guy to have chicken wings with Miyazaki, and one of the Bloodborne producers and Miyazaki got the producer to accept something over dinner. Would have loved to see that too. Wow. That sounds like a really fun
here it is.
one.
I found it. Okay, it's down here.
Oh, nice.
So the moonlight's at the bottom of this chasm. And you can if you've noticed how the robot handles, you can imagine how goddamn tedious it is to get out of the chasm after you've got the moonlight. It's at the other end.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, that's for reference. That's how many platforms we would have to ascend to get back up, and we're not doing that.
Laura Ladd says, I don't know anything about Armored Core. Is there an in-fiction reason for these gigantic underground tunnels?
If you check the mission briefing, I think it actually tells you like the location's name. The thing is, Armored Core is set like it's like post-apocalyptic, and most of humanity lives underground, and then the surface is abandoned. So there's a lot of it is set in like disused tunnels and disused things. Anyway, this is the moonlight. Let's go. You know what?
Let's go.
It's not there because I must have got it and then, like, anyway, it's here. I think I must already have had it at some point and it's just here. It's like on that pedestal and then you pick it up. So that implies that I do have the moonlight on this character. So you can, this is another thing Armored Core lets you do actually. At any point you can just quit. You can just quit a mission and you fail it and you don't get paid. But you don't die. And you can actually, like, you keep anything you find. And there's a really neat part where there's a mission where you have to guard. You have to guard an experimental, like, Armored Core part. And it's got the moonlight. It's like on the, okay. It's there. Alright. So let's go, you should be able to test. I'm betting this, maybe this doesn't do the blades. Maybe I think you have another one. Anyway, we can test it if we go to garage. Anyway, I have the moonlight equipped now, so let's go, test. But yeah, like, you're supposed to guard this part, and if you want, you can just, like, collect the part and run off.
Main system. Engaging test.
Yeah, it doesn't do... There must be another one that does the blades. But yeah, like, I'm fighting with the moonlight now. Melee combat in Armored Core is a nightmare, as you can sort of gather.
Sorry, I'm a casual, but are you not Richie, the other person speaking meth? No, it's not me. I am Altair. I am the owner of the channel that we're streaming on. And I'm just your run-of-the-mill FromSoft fan.
You're not you do like no damage runs. Like, you're not run-of-the-mill. You're incredibly good.
Yeah, I focused on Bloodborne mostly because it's my favorite game, but let's say that what I usually do is stuff for the community. That is what I mostly do. And
Okay,
I organize
I killed something
all
with
these
the moonlight.
fundraisers.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
nice.
It's impossible. You can see how annoying it is to use melee in this game, but like, yeah, it just like it two-shots everything. It's so strong.
Target demolished.
I want them to
Halting
make a
test
Bloodborne
mode.
remake for the PS5 with more interesting chalices and some changes to make co-op easier, and probably add another DLC like Nightmare or something. I hope they actually don't do that. I wouldn't mind some improvements like tweaking the gem system a lot to make it to make it less nightmarish. but I wouldn't want them to add content because, like, it depends. If there's something they left out that they really wanted to do, well, if that it was the case, it would be one thing. But I don't think so. I don't think Bloodborne has anything else that needs to be said specifically. So I don't know about new content, but some improvements to the chalice system definitely would appreciate.
Yeah, it's the problem
don't
is
know.
like I don't
I don't know how much they can modify them. I mean, it's such a mountain of
Yeah,
mess
I think the chalices are something they just kind of rolled a line under and went, that's maybe enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I am just going to like go for like 1 minute while I set this other thing up, so I'll just go blank. Altair, I guess.
All right.
Can you talk to people till I'm back if you wait like a couple of minutes?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll be fine.
I know you're not feeling great, so I'll.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
I'm doing I'm doing decent enough. It's no problem.
Okay, I'll be back.
I love the chalices as they are, but I'd be optimistic if they'd retouch them. I mean, yeah, but also the thing that you gotta keep in mind whenever you modify something in a game, whenever there's a remake and something gets changed from the way it originally was, is that it doesn't happen often that there's serious improvements. It's not that common. So, either FromSoft really takes care of that, like they took care of it themselves and put a lot of care in it. But if they give it to someone else to do, that's when I'm worried. Um, Especially Blue Point. If they give Bloodborne to Blue Point again, I would be kind of worried about the additions that Blue Point makes, because it's not like they're bad, but they are kind of feel very off, like they're part of something else. So yeah, it's not to throw shade on Blue Point. It's just to say that I don't really trust them, but I think that they have enough on their plate already without taking care of a Bloodborne remaster, considering that they also outsource a lot. Yeah, Doc. They should hire us to redo chalices because we know them better than they do, probably. Like, we have tested the way that they work, and we know what's wrong with them, and so forth. Yeah, to give it to Bluepoint just to make it better, like to improve it technically would be a good idea. They're really good at that. I don't like when they start touching on the art direction and stuff, but technically they're undoubtedly good. So yeah, I agree. But like the chalices, really, they should have designed them completely differently. As I was saying the other day, they should have made like maybe a single story chalice, and you could have found the other chalices, like the other chalices in there, and you shouldn't have had like rootists and normal stories. It's, I don't know, I think that it's a really a waste of time, and I know that it's all like it improves it makes the playtime way longer than it could be, and I know that in Bloodborne now most of my time was spent on chalices. But yeah, they should have thought about it differently and implemented it differently from the very beginning. And if they revamped the system, like if they added a different way in a Bloodborne remake, as long as it was well thought out, I would absolutely not complain. I know it's not reasonable to request, but if I could make one change in a complete vacuum and it works out, it would be to make the story of Lawrence looking for the child and such in the chalice. But again, it's not fair to ask. Well, yeah, I think that will never be added because it's something they cut entirely. But the chalices, they clearly wanted to do better than they did, and they had to settle. So it would make sense. Does it make the playtime longer because 99 of the players ignore them? That That is not really true in my opinion, because it made the playtime longer for a lot of people. It depends on whether you like doing it or not. For a lot of people, it's just content that you'll never see, so it's okay. For the people who enjoy them, they give a lot more playtime. Like my whole community of the Tomb Prospectors, we spent so much time exploring the root chalices. I like them because they're sort of a boss rush mode, so I like being surprised by what boss I'll fight next. Um, so, and it's also good co-op that is much easier to do than in the game because you have the search ritual or chalice. So it depends on what you like to do. Um, if you get super bored doing them, then I recommend not doing them because they are a waste of time. If you like them, if you like the idea behind the randomizing and stuff and you have fun, then go for it. But yeah, to me, definitely they kept me on the game for much longer. My apologies. It's kind of a bad day. I'm feeling a bit sick.
Okay, I'm
What's your
back.
opinion on warping? Oh, welcome back, Richie.
Hi. I'm just, I'll be ready to go in a sec. I just gotta move a bunch of windows around.
It's okay. What's your opinion on warping into the chalices? Do you think it would have been worth trying to put them into the larger game world? I like the idea because they're completely optional and you can skip them. That is really nice that they're separated.
Yeah.
And also there's the bonus feature, like by having them separated, you have the advantage that the game itself, the base game, is really neatly tied together. You don't need to. There aren't those huge spaces that are winding below the game. It's just like a little separate game into a game, and I like that they made it completely optional. Just if you wanted to delve into the story of Yharnam a little more and go dungeon crawling. I like that they're separated a lot.
I am just going to... I want to test if we can hear sound I play from the computer other than you talking. So I'm just going to play like...
Right.
What's something that won't get us in trouble? Let's play this for a second, see if it picks up this.
Yeah, but if you look at a generic playthrough for one Tomb Prospector, there are 9 other players that didn't even bother with them, because the word of mouth was that those are just a waste of time. Okay, but for those people still count. They are still players for whom the playtime was increased, so I don't see how they don't matter. I mean, it's true, but also, how can I say it? It is true, but at the same time, it is true that they do that for some people, and so I don't think they're worthless. Did you guys hear music? I always feel obligated to say they're cool. I mean, it depends on taste. It's all there is. And just because most people don't try them out, I don't see a reason why they shouldn't have been there. Especially because they are a pretty big part of the story of the game. And
can I just mute you for a second? Sorry, to see if I'm getting audio levels. It's alright. Sorry. Okay, we are getting audio levels. Sorry. I'm back. You can talk again.
No, it's alright.
Okay.
That's all I had to say.
Yeah.
That it's true that they have a reputation of being useless, and in my opinion, they really are necessary. But also at the same time, when I play a game, I don't rely on other people to tell me what to do or not. I just play it by myself and I see what I like and don't like.
Yeah.
And that's probably the best way to enjoy games.
Okay,
Just not
so
listen what other people have to say.
so
and
this
do
isn't
it.
Altair's quiet now. Sorry. I think
Sorry?
sorry. It said wanted you're quiet. I'll put you back up. You should be back where you were before now.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Also, if you need, I can raise the
No, it's
the
okay.
levels
There's
myself.
just
so
so
let me know.
many. It's daisy chained together things. Okay, so this is the thing that I wanted to climax with. So if you have watched the stuff I've done, the most recent video I made for Sin's channel, you'll remember I referenced there being an older layout of Yharnam, like an alpha layout that exists as a very, very low poly map. So this place here might look a little familiar, and that is because this is that map. What I've done is I have exported that map from the game. I dug it up. It's in the Hemwick data. It's not the whole thing. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, it's basically just what used to be Central Yharnam. I dug it up and I got it out of the game and I converted it into a format that my computer could recognize, and I put it in this. This is actually a 3D engine that like I partially made. This is a character controller test for a game I'm working on. And this little ball here is just the character I use to test like physics and things. And I was able to put it in here and make it behave as though it's in this world. So has collision, it has physics. You can see I can like to moving along the sloped roof and everything. And that little ball there is us. So I gave him a little hunter hat. And yeah, what I'm saying is we can now explore this old version of Yharnam. We can just wander around it like it's an environment in a game, because it literally is. I've put it in one. What we have here is, what I've done is I've given us the ability to move around normally, but I can just hold spacebar and it just lets me rise infinitely into the air, so nothing will impede us. This character also has a special little feature, which is if I hit enter, you see I can't go through there because this actually has physics. Things will block me. If I hit enter, I become Ebruitus, and nothing impedes me anymore. I have no clip, so I can just move through anything. So yeah, we can turn that off with enter. So we can now explore the entirety of like the old Yharnam thing as if it's an actual game. No one has seen this before outside of From. They like dug it up and hacked it back together again. So
That's great Patreon content for this month, Richie.
So yeah, here we
I'm
go.
so glad that you managed that and you had the chance to do it.
Yeah, so like you can see like bits and pieces of it are recognizable. Like that's obviously the Grand Cathedral clock. And like you can see in front of it, there's the bridge. The problem is the hat the hat isn't mapped to the camera. I just stuck it on the ball, so it moves in weirdly places. So we can go anywhere. Let's fly.
I would love to see the clock tower first.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll fly over to the clock. Fly over to the cathedral.
Zero says, I'm filming this stream with my phone right now and I'll put it on Reddit as the new Elden Ring link.
Lance has okay, so I'll show you if we like fly up and look down. You can see that like this map here it's not complete. It's basically like it's Central Yharnam and Cathedral Ward. The rest of the map wasn't saved. It's not. This is just from the retail build of the game. Lance, I think, is referring to a complete version of this map. But like we don't have that 'cause it's not in the retail build. But yeah, we can around. So yeah, we'll check out the clock first because that's what Altair wanted to see. So let's fly over here. And the reason I wanted to test audio is I've actually programmed a little ending for this that'll play when we're done, and that has music. So
Yes.
yeah, it's a little goodbye to everyone. Let's go inside here. I can also switch the camera perspective to get a better look around. Yeah, the cathedral above the cathedral.
Yeah.
That's something I've talked about as well. That's not here, obviously, but I can show you where it would have been.
It was what you were talking about in that video, right?
Yeah,
In the video that you posted to announce, yeah.
Yeah. So this is the bridge like where that comes out of the church workshop now that used to get to Upper Cathedral Ward. You can see here. This would be the top of the hunters, the church workshop. So like you can see this is the tower that the church workshop is in. I don't think there is anything in here. We can go to Bruitus mode and look inside. No, it's empty inside. But yeah, it's the tower, and you can see that's. So if you imagine we're going in, that is like there'd be the two wheelchair guys here. Sorry, I'm not on screen anymore. Come back. Thank you. Okay, so we are, and like the Radiant Sword Hunter badge would be about here. And ooh, there was a door there. A lot of the problem with this map is that a lot of the pieces sort of overlap each other, so you can't really see very well how parts of it connect you until you walk through a wall. So you'd pop out here, and then this is where the celestial lava would be, and then this is the bridge, but you sort of go inside it. There's like a door here, I think. What is there? Maybe it isn't. I think you're supposed to go inside that anyway. Pop down here. So it's kinda sort of familiar. This is one of the more familiar parts. It's something that they kept since the beginning. And like this is Upper Cathedral Ward, like where the orphanage and everything is, that would be here. But the map is incomplete, so it's not. But this is where you'd go up and like after you go through the locked door, like when you use the orphanage key to go through the door, this is where you go up. This would be the bridge that leads to Lumenflower Gardens. So if you imagine like you're here, Hemwick would be over here. There'd be like the little celestial at the end, so you go along here. And this is the Grand Cathedral. So we can actually rise to the top. I'll show off something which I'll show off later. So those little red spots there, those are actually for my benefit, because the little ending that plays there, so I want to be able to line it up so you can see it properly, because it's basically invisible. So where are we going? Might actually switch the camera perspective so it's easier to see where I am. Here we go. So, oof. That's the back? That's the back, okay. So here is the back of the Grand Cathedral. This, I think, is the altar above the altar, because it's really, really rough, but you can see like there's like a thing that sticks out here. I think that would be the altar above the altar. And if we go into a Bruitus mode, and we drop down, there you go. So when we talk about there being like a hidden passage behind the altar, there it is. This was something they had planned like way from the beginning and only cut at the very end. Hang on, let's go closer camera view. So this is the Grand Cathedral altar. Like this is the. I think it's either is this the right one or is this the one that's above? Yeah, so this is the gate basically where you'd come in.
Have people found similar maps for other parts in the game?
Okay, so they have. The thing is that what I'm looking at here, this was extracted from the retail build. So this is all in the retail build, the rest isn't because it was culled. But if you have a build that isn't the retail build, you can get the other parts out. The problem is, like, they're just not in the retail. The retail just has this. And they're in Hemwick. They're in the Hemwick data. Because Hemwick was the first area that they made. So when it came...
Yes.
Yeah, so that has all the test assets are in Hemwick.
And also, we said yesterday that the game was supposed to start there in the first draft.
That's why it's the first area that they made. So this is Yharnam, but it's inside Hemwick, because that's just where all the test assets are. So this is the altar. That would go up, and you can see, I think it, see, it's going through the roof. See? It's the same object. So that's actually the top of the altar. And I wonder if we go inside it, if this is supposed to be I guess it is solid inside. But yeah, so there we go. That's like, you can see the altar is sticking up through the top. That's like the lift shaft that would take you to the second like place. So yeah, here we go. So you can see, like, that's the altar, but it's also the lift shaft that the altar would be in. So I wonder if we can look inside it. Hang on.
What's the use of something like this? Are these like the bones or the map? Are texture placed on this wall, or is this just like a 3D sketch?
It's a 3D sketch basically. Oh yeah, see, this is hollow. This is hollow, so like we could actually go up through it, and that's kind of like what they're getting at. So in the old version, this would lead all the way to, like, the castle that I talked about and that Lyceum Lance is talking about is all behind here. And this is not there anymore. So if we drop down...
Oh, guess, where did we get that it was supposed to start in Hemwick? Lance said that the closest thing was that in various builds you'd spawn in Hemwick, but with a prompt to manually teleport to Clinic.
Because we have old development maps that just have you start in Hemwick. Like, it straight up says, like, game starts here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also the first draft of the story, where did that come from?
That's hacked together from bits and pieces. Basically, this is actually on the wiki. There is an old map, like a map that From had internally. It's a two-dimensional one that they printed out on an A4 sheet of paper. It was actually Vodka that took the photo. She's not here at the moment. But that has on it, like, handwritten notes that say, like, this is how things will go, basically. So yeah, Hemwick was the start. You would, as far as we can tell, you'd start in Hemwick, and then the thing that would bind you to the hunter's dream would be the it would be the corpse that you find in the witch's abode. You would touch that, and when you touched that, you would get, like, that's what would give you the hunter's mark, essentially. Like, you sort of pick up the hunt from that character. And then,
the one that has the rune, the rune tool
at
now.
The moment, yeah.
And also, it is like in the same position as Mikolash, and you do that in the final game to move it to the nightmare.
Yeah, so that's how it would work. You'd get the hunter's mark from that guy. So this is what I want to show off. Sorry, where we are here is, you can see that's actually, we showed above the cathedral. That's under it. It's like, there's the cathedral. That's under the cathedral. The map with the notes is on the wiki, on Bloodborne wiki. Notes are in Japanese, but they're there. So hang on, there we go.
Would you mind getting it for us, Meph, if you can, getting the link?
Just go to Bloodborne Wiki and just type the word exhibition, and it'll take you to a page called Victoria and Albert Exhibition, and that's got the map on it.
Okay.
Yeah. That was...
Oh man, I so wish I could have been in London when that happened.
Yeah.
I was so jealous.
It was an exhibition of video game art that was in the Victoria and Albert Museum at London, and Vodka, who was in the chat earlier, and Laura, they both went there together. and they just brought their phones and photographed everything, sent them back to us, and then I like cropped and blew them up and everything to put them on the wiki, and then like did notes on what everything was. So
I'm gonna get it for you guys.
yeah, cool. So where we are now is we're under the cathedral. So the one of the things that like
Thank you.
we know now is that you know, the same way that the altar in the DLC goes up and down, this altar in the Waking World would have gone up and down as well, and there would have been something under it, and we don't quite know what, but it might actually be, you know, in the intro you see the hunter underground, and they find Lawrence's skull, and a cleric beast attacks them. We think it might be that area. We think that like the beast skull might have been under the cathedral, and
That is so cool.
we think that. Sorry, I'm eating sour gum and worms. We think that because, for a lot of reasons, but one of the main sort of like smoking gun is that if you look at the default position of Lawrence's skull on the object, there's like the altar. So like the altar and the skull are one object, you have the altar. But then if you look at it in a model viewer, it's like altar and then Lawrence's skull is like way, way down there. They're like completely different from each other vertically. And we know in the Project Beast footage that there's a human skull on the altar. So it looks a lot like there were going to be two altars. There's like human skull altar on the top, beast skull altar on the bottom. And then they were then consolidated into one object by getting rid of one altar and one skull, but they don't move them until they actually render. So you have like the altar and then Lawrence's skull is way, 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 way down there. And I think Lance has actually restored the human skull on one of the versions that he's got. He hasn't made a video on it yet. So this is interesting because this is like... Yeah, this is... Yeah, so I'm wondering, is this... See, there's this like flight of stairs that goes down. I have to be in a...
Oh, hey, Sin.
Hey, Sin.
Sin says she sees a Brutus.
She do. This is a Brutus mode. It lets you move through walls. So this is interesting because you know how we see the you know how we see in that little intro at the start, the hunter walks down some stairs and then there's the beast skull. It's like they're walking down this like brick staircase. I think this is the staircase because it's like it's a staircase in the Grand Cathedral and it's going down. And there aren't any comparable areas like that. Like in the finished game, there's no stairs here that go you don't find a staircase that goes under the cathedral. And I think it's probably going here, and the hunter finding Lawrence's skull is probably here. But yeah, we just have this forever. Like I made it, so we can keep going back to it if we want. Yeah.
Doug is saying, yeah, it doesn't make sense to have on display the fully beastly skull of your founder.
Yeah,
Definitely,
exactly.
I mean, it doesn't do well for propaganda, let's say.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Yeah. So what else do we have? We have like... Can we go inside the clock? We can go inside the clock, but there's nothing there. A lot of this only renders from one side, so it's kind of weird to navigate. I'm going to see if the old... There's a more polished and more recent one. That's the one the guy put in Grand Theft Auto. That was data mined from Dark Souls Remastered. And he did the same thing, but he put it in Grand Theft Auto. And I just put it in this.
Oh.
That was a little more complete. It had like the lift to Lumen Flower Gardens that we talked about last time. So, what else is here? Back where we were, aren't we? Where's this?
We all love Map Brutus. So glad that you could join us, Sin.
Yeah.
I suppose Lance has the weekends off because I haven't seen him yesterday or today online.
He was online earlier. I actually sent him a screenshot of this, and I'm like, here you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so cool.
You probably don't see him online because he's on Australian time. Do we have
No,
a time?
I
Yeah.
mean now it's late, but he was streaming in the past days. Yeah.
Do we have a timeline in the stuff like the grey block maps in order? We don't really have a timeline, but we have like, you can sort of trace it by what looks more and more like the finished version of the game. So like this is obviously early because it's incredibly rough and the layout doesn't look anything like this. So we know like this must be early. But we don't have like dated versions. And obviously like the one that's on the wiki is very close to being finished because the layout's essentially the same. But this is obviously very, very different. Like you can see here, this is like the way, like there's the big plaza, like leading to the stairs to the cathedral. There's like the big round plaza with the giant that's not here. There's just the stairs. You can go up the stairs and that's how you get in.
This is what Ibritus does when he's not being specifically summoned, wandering the nether realm between corporeal realities, waiting for someone to care. I tricked the people, Sin says, I tricked people into watching 5 hours of Reborn yesterday. It was awesome.
She did.
There were 30 people throughout the podcast.
Yeah, no, I stayed around for a bit of it. So here's like, this is interesting actually because like this is no longer present at all. So hang on, let's just pop down the side here. This building here, it looks like there's multiple ways to get to that sort of like cathedral thing. You can go up this ramp, and that would take you to the ramp. But then you go up the stairs, takes you to the second set of stairs over there. But then there's also this building here, and I don't know if this is like an alternate way through, or it's like this is something that would open later to take you back around. But there's all sorts of like this is fully like explorable. It's got doors and ladders and things. It's not just roughly blocked out maps. You can see the pathways. So we can just wander around. The only limitation of what I've done here is that it can go up ramps okay. When it hits an actual flight of stairs, it stops because it registers them as a wall. So I have to actually fly upstairs when I see them. But other than that, it's good. Where else we going? Some of these buildings have interiors. Some of these buildings have interiors, but only some of them. So we sort of have to figure it out by going inside them. Where are you? Come back. God. It's very easy to get lost when you're going to fly above it. This is the tower that we wanted to look at, so let's hop in here. Look down. Doesn't seem to be anything in here. Yeah, there's nothing in here as far as I can see. What else we got? We'll go to the factory eventually, because that's what interests me the most. Don't give Sin ideas, lore lad. She'll do it. Everything, even Ibruitus as a character, is just Sin. We suggesting something sarcastically to Sin. So we do it. This is beautiful. I love it. What's this? Yeah, again, like more just like you can sort of see like the basic structure of like there being all these paths that go upward and converge on the cathedral is there in this version. There's all these little stairs leading here. But because,
Richie, I have an idea.
Yeah.
For whenever.
Yeah.
when my connection wasn't quite as bad, I was streaming just Wazinists doing an Ebrietas fight, and I started making up fake lore about his. So when we do another of these events, maybe the time that we do the bad translation mod,
Yeah.
we should make up a whole series of fake lore
I'd love
and
that.
just do the playthrough like that with the bad translation and the fake lore. I would love that.
It would be amazing. Okay, so...
Lobos does that from time to time, and it's good.
Okay, so this is... That looks kind of like it. I don't know what kind of building this is, but you can... I was going to say it's a church, but it's not like regular enough, I don't think. It just looks like a series of towers. Are we going to see the fishing hamlet? No, we're just stuck in... It's just Central Yharnam and Cathedral Ward. But it's very different, so we're going to see a lot of stuff we don't normally see. So this building, I don't know quite what it is. You can see that like it's located in a forest. And interestingly, like, we'll go explore the like aqueduct later, but you can see like, I don't know what this really is. It reminds me a little bit of maybe like the Church of the Good Chalice or something. Like the sort of lower church that you don't normally see. And inside it, like we're in it now, you can see there's no interior, but we have like, yeah, so it looks like there's, move down a little bit. This is very clunky to control because I'm using a keyboard and I've just written like really basic, like if you press W, this happens commands for it. So like you can see that there's the stairs that go from like up from the aqueduct or the canal or whatever into this building, and then on the other side of the building there's stairs to go down, and those stairs go, I don't know, they seem to go nowhere. But because this map is like in pieces, it's possible that like this was the path to another area before. Like this might have... Oh wait, no, there's more over here. Okay. It's this. It's nothing. But yeah, there's some sort of like this building that you can go in and out of, and I don't know what the order you'd... Well, I don't know how you'd actually approach it. I don't know if you'd approach it from this side or the other side. And yeah, there's like this... I'm trying to think of what building that's sort of like... What's that like? I guess it's kind of like Yosefka's clinic, maybe, that it's like this large building that's sort of outside of the ward, but it connects to a bunch of places. And it's like it's a very large sort of mansion-y place if we look at it from up here. So the things that really interest me is, let's go to that canal. So we pop down here. Let's just change the camera angle. We pop down here, and then a little. The red thing is to show me what direction I'm facing. It's a holdover from the old version. So we pop out here. The problem is what I did was I very hastily just generated a collision map based on like the model. So everything has collision now, including trees and things that wouldn't normally. So that's why we have a Bruitus mode to go through things. Yeah, it's not clear what this is. I don't think there's really anything like this. But the way that it's sort of a large mansion that seems to branch off in a bunch of different directions makes me think it's a little like the... If I had to say it was like something, I'd say it was a little like the clinic. So here's a little bridge. Okay, there's so many interesting parts here. Okay, so let's go back here. I don't know if this is the direction you'd come or go from. That's clearly like supposed to be a fountain or something, like a statue. You can see this.
Thank you, Lore Lad. Don't remember to finish watching the stream on the VOD. Bye.
Bye. So you can see
Sorry,
that
Richie.
there's this little path
I don't know
Thank
if
you for the donation, Harvey. We'll
yeah,
look
thank
for
you,
a way
yeah.
to see the
Yeah.
limerick if we can.
Thank you. So, this is a situation where I don't know if we would start or if we would start from here, this would be a goal. But like, from the fact that those doors open inward, I'm wondering if you came from this direction just because of the way they open. So, we follow this down. We follow this down, we've got... So there's like a platform here that like you can sort of imagine maybe there's like snipers on this that are shooting you as you come down. You got to go up the ramp to get at them. That's what I'm just assuming would be something you'd put there. Pop down here again. Like here's these now. I don't know if these. I assume these are supposed to open at some point. Obviously this map's not animated, so there's nothing we can do about it. Haha, there's a little passage here, so we can keep going here. And where does this go? This goes to here. Interesting. I don't know what that is. Because you give it these little like spot things here. And I don't know if that's like that might be a burning werewolf. It might be another search. I don't know. If we think about like Souls level design for a second, I would bet that the spawn point would be back there, and this is a shortcut that you need to unlock by doing this part. That sort of makes sense. So like you'd unlock it, and then when you spawned in again, you could just go straight through here. So I'm assuming this is probably where you would go to unlock it. Yeah, let's go around here, and there's like this whole interior. Took me
Does
ages
give one vibes. You're right.
I it took me a while to get the size right, because otherwise you couldn't fit through the doors properly. So actually, can we go through here? What's on the other side? Nothing. Okay. So yeah, this. Yeah, what's this? It's like a bunch of cubes. Maybe this is maybe some sort of like storage house. What's this? I don't know what this is. This is interesting. There's like something here.
What?
What is this? I don't know. Yeah.
It looks so strange. It kind of has a workshop vibe, I would say.
And there's like, what's this? There's something down there.
The closest location I can think of with this is the workshop in the Hunter's Dream,
Yeah.
where you had all the weapons
Yeah.
and the table.
Yeah. See, there's something else
So
over here. Yeah, there's like a fork in the road there. And I think that looks like there's like a little gap in the wall there. There might be a door, so we'll just push through. And yeah, looks like we can. There was a door, and there's all this stuff on the other. Sorry, camera's not close enough. Yeah, there was a door, and there's stuff on the other side. And there's another door on the other side. And like, okay, look at that. There's like shelves, or they're either shelves or bunk beds. I think they're probably shelves. So this must be like, I think it's like a storehouse or something that you probably have to like fight through and then go through here. There is, yeah, look, there's a little like improvised bridge. Hang on, come back. And see, there's like a path over that looks like it's irregular. It looks like it's improvised, like they've shoved a plank or something over it. What else is here? Oof. Where are we now? So hang on, I wonder if I go through here, there's probably like something on it. Oh, it goes inside the roof of this building, I see. Let's get closer. Damn it. Hang on, we're stuck in the roof now. Oh wait, there's something over here. Maybe, did you go across the roof, I wonder? As you can see, like, the path seems to go to the roof. Because some of these buildings have interiors and some don't, and I think that's not arbitrary. I think it's because they gave interiors to the ones that you would actually go into. That would make sense, because they're blocking out the progression. What's here? So yeah, there's this. That seems like a little small to fit through. Although, again, like, because every single polygon has collision now, it's possible those, like, those sort of, like, diagonal lines might not have been intended to be collided with early on. Hang on, let's through here. Or is this nothing? This looks like... Oh, wait, no, hang on. There's, like, yeah. Yes, that goes down into that. There's, like, a little... It doesn't go anywhere, but there's a little... Like, this must be a lift. This must be a lift. Or a tunnel or something that leads to an area that we don't have the map data for. So this probably, like, went to... If you imagine, like an old Yharnam equivalent or something, like a lower part of the city. Wonder if we'll loop back around and see our little gate again. Maybe not. Where are we now? I know where we are. We're actually way back over here. Okay. So... Well, they might be pots, like, I don't know, because everything is blocked out in the simplest terms imaginable. Wait, we were like here, weren't we? Where are we? We're here. Oh, yep, I don't know where we are now, so... We'll just pretend that we opened that gate. So and yeah, you can see, like, that's clearly supposed to be a path because it's got little thing down here. There's like, there are some ladders, very few of them, but some. So yeah, there's a ladder that goes up here. So that's clearly a door. You won't be able to move through it because it's got collision. So I'm assuming it's like a, probably like that's a door that would have had to be unlocked later on. My apologies for that. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's go through here. So, looks like there's something in here. I can't quite make it out though. I don't know. We can always go back some other time. See, clearly, like, would have had to go along here. And yeah, there's like, this is clearly some sort of rooftop path.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Hard to say. Hard to say exactly where it would go though. Maybe you drop down. Yeah, there's some ledges there. I wonder if you were intended to drop down. Although, hang on, we can go one this way, can't we? Yeah, this seems to go somewhere. Oh, okay, there we go. Looks like it goes here. Ah, okay, there's like a little hole in the map. Hang on. Oh yeah, is this where we were before? I think it is. That little, like, storeroom. Yeah, this is a little storeroom area. It, like, loops back around. Oh, you know what? I bet it's the other way around. I bet you'd go around here, because that's where we went before. So you'd go through all the storerooms, and then you'd pop out the top, run back around here, run along the roofs, and then when you were on the other side, you'd unlock the gate. I bet it's that. Like, you'd loop around here.
Oh yeah,
come
definitely.
down this. Yeah, there we go. We got it. No idea what this is. Clearly, it's going to be a statue or a well or a burning beast or something. This looks like some big central area for you to look at. Now this gets interesting because this is the bridge. There's no, from what I can tell, great bridge in this area. There's a bunch of little bridges. This makes me think of the bridge that takes you to Gascoigne. And this is neat because that has in it, this is clearly an elevator shaft that would take you up and down. So if you fall all the way down to the bottom, it actually takes us to this aqueduct area. And that's the building we were in before, that sort of weird mansion place. It doesn't seem to have a working interior. I'll fly all the way up to the top again. It's that's very, very, very obviously supposed to be a means of getting to and from the aqueduct area below. So it's...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, there's way more trees in this than we're normally used to seeing. We can go inside here. Is this... Okay, this is the weird area that we keep calling the factory, because if you look at the top, it's got these.
Oh, yes.
It has, they look like smokestacks. I suppose they don't have to be, but they just almost... They definitely, there's no way they're not smokestacks. I'm just saying nothing directly identifies them as smokestacks. But until we know otherwise, that this is some sort of weird factory. So let's go through. You can see how the camera's clipping inside and showing me different little things in there. So it's...
Could it maybe be that they could have had actually a factory for blood refinement or something? I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
A very, very, very early concept of a factory rather than the ones we know now. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember when I first saw Upper Cathedral Ward in artwork, I assumed it was a factory because that's the little smoke coming out the top. And that sort of makes sense in a Victorian setting, that you'd have this big smoke belching factory. That it was part of the church. So yeah, this building is interesting because it has an inside. We're actually inside that building. We can walk around in it. It has a fully modelled and functional interior. So we can just wander around inside this building that we don't know the function of, but it does indeed work.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it is very cool. And yet more just crates and some sort of it's hard to tell because basically if you don't know 3D, most 3D things are made out of triangles. That's why you get you can see the pattern there as triangular, because the way that you make a square out of tris is that it's just it's like a sandwich that's been cut diagonally. That's how you make it. It's two triangles stuck together. So a lot of the time, if there's sort of issues with texture mapping, you'll see it rendering as triangles. So it's sort of hard to tell, is this supposed to be diagonal or is this just an error that's caused by the way I've put it together? I don't quite know. But yeah, this building, you can see inside there's a full-on little gallery that overlooks whatever is going on down there. It's actually a little space, and then if you go in here, there's more of these it is reminiscent of Upper Cathedral Ward, I guess, in that there's all these upper sort of galleries, and look, there's all these little passages and things that you can actually just still wander around, even though it's this is the way out. So it's actually a fully rendered fairly complex structure that just never made it into the game.
I am kind of imagining if the blood refinement process had been in a factory or something like that, or a building, you could have explored. I mean, we see a clinic, but if we had seen a factory, I would suppose we would have seen beasts everywhere in the factory as well.
And those stripy things there, those are actually the bases of the smokestacks. You can see they go up through the ceiling. So, not quite sure. I guess are they connected to anything? Let's fly through them. There's nothing in them. But yeah, they're there, and So this is probably my favorite part of this map because it's like fully like you could just put this in a video game and it would basically work. You can just like wander around this place. Be a good like I don't know, like a level for Overwatch or something. So there's little places you can hide and shoot people.
Yes.
And like they're like, yeah, this is like a little like a balcony off to the side that's held up with a support there. See. This is another reason I say it kind of reminds me of Upper Cathedral Ward, because you have this like along the side. There's a way of getting to and from the floors by running along the side, which is kind of how you get into the ward now. But we no idea what this building is, but they basically finished it. And yeah, like here's another little balcony up here. All these little like rooms and things. It's down here. The problem is everything is grey, so it's very hard to, it's easy to get lost and not know what parts you've been to before. You just sort of have to base it on like, am I invisible? Good. Let's go back up here. Let's get out of this place. Okay, so that connected to what I'm calling the aqueduct. I don't know if it was an aqueduct. I think it's probably a canal. I'm just used to saying aqueduct because of Bloodborne. Ooh, well, I've never been here before. What's in here? I walked around a little bit last night. Yeah, so like when I saw this, I was like, oh, okay, that's just there to stop people. That's like, you know, in like old Yharnam, there'll just be like stuff in alleyways, stuff you're going down them just because there's nothing on the other side and they want the area to look bigger than it is. I thought that's what that is, but you can actually follow it all the way around. And it takes you to this place here that... So I'm wondering if maybe that was a path you could like open? I don't know. The real issue is that we're missing about 75% of the map, so it's not clear like if parts of this connected to another area we don't know because that area's gone now. So that's either a connecting path or a dead end, and we don't have any way of knowing really. Some of them obviously are, because I don't know why you'd make like a very long vertical shaft that went nowhere. Unless it was to connect to something. So here we go. Let's drop down here. Boom. So this area here. This is what I'm calling the canal. Because I don't know what else it is. It looks like a canal to me. It's like a long... It could be a valley, I suppose, but I'm guessing like from the urban environment and the way there's the... You can see there's like a bridge in the distance that goes over it. I'm guessing this is a canal. Yeah. Like it clearly looks like humans made it. It doesn't look like a natural valley. And if we wander around, this actually like that space we saw before, like that factory area. This has some here. This has like remnants of ways you'd move around it. So like there's a ladder there. So very obviously like there's a way of getting to and from. Ladder, and the ladders go up. And I guess like I'm just spitballing, but I think it was probably something to do with like you would start on this side and you had to get to the other side, but there's instant death water in the way. So it becomes about ascending back up the canal from the other side and then like dropping across, because that seems the most logical way of doing it. So ladder, there's another ladder over here that sticks into the wall. Like it's like, I think a lot of this overlaps, unfortunately, and the problem is that the way I did the collision, it just automatically made everything into a collider. So something like that, like it's just stuck there. I can't, in order to fix it, I would have to go through and like manually change everything, and I'm not going to do that. Yet. Yeah. Maybe one day if I'm really bored.
It reminds me of the canal in Central Yharnam a lot.
Yeah. And like if we drop down here, you can see there's like a little path around here. Got some stairs, and that takes you back up to kind of where the factory... Yeah, it takes you back up to the factory. So it looks like that's the entrance to the factory. Oh yeah, this is weird. This just has floating in the air, and I don't understand what they are. They look like arrows. They're just kind of there. Like, what is that?
I thought that they were like trees.
They're people. They're people. They're people. I can see now. They're actually like little outlines of people.
Oh.
They're like little figure. Yeah, it's like a little outline of a person, I think, or a cross.
I didn't know that people look like pine trees in Bloodborne. That's new.
It's like a little Minecraft person. Look, I think that's what it is. Because it's
yeah.
The top is too small for it to be a cross because it's like smaller than the bottom. So I think that's like an image of a person maybe. But I don't, because you don't really see them anywhere else. So I wonder if like they were blocking out enemies at the time and just hadn't done all of them. So hang on, let's go back to our little canal. So, like the factory, this is fully like, there's like, we can just explore it. Like there's a... It could be for scale purposes, yeah, that's entirely possible. Oh, so this is what I was talking about. Oh, I'm sure someone has made the entirety of Yharnam in Minecraft. Like, that's not even open to debate at this point. So you can see there, this goes all the way down. There's like a ramp that goes down and there's nothing at the bottom. And if we clip through, there's nothing on the other side. So like that, I'd say very clearly connected to another area. Like that would have been down somewhere else and just that part of the map is gone. Because I don't know why you would construct that and have nothing at the bottom. So let's climb up the ladder. The other ladder, and there's more of these little paths we can take. See, again, like more doors that open. Yeah, someone made the whole of the Hunter's Dream in Unity, but like we actually just have the Hunter's Dream map. So I'm very sorry if you wasted all that time to get. I'm so sorry. And yeah, inside here, like it's all explorable. We can wander to get a better camera angle. There we go. But yeah, we can wander around inside here. There's stuff. This has the most like ridiculous keyboard setup ever, by the way, because this is a 3D engine that I use for testing things, and I've just really hastily repurposed it for this. So it's just all these weird, like you press escape to change the camera angles, and then you press like space to make yourself float and enter to do this, and like W does this and S does this, and it's very, very janky. So, but you know, it gets the job done. Yeah, this doesn't seem to go anywhere. Is there anything through here? Nope. So yeah, this, I assume like this area here, there's nothing down here. So I'm guessing like this would have been water or something, like an instant death fall. I mean, it doesn't even need to, it looks long enough that if you fell into it, you probably just die from fall damage. So I'm guessing that the goal here was to get from one side to the other, and you would have done it maybe, yeah, using that, because that goes down to the bottom. Okay. So you would have come through, yeah, we're figuring out the progression. So you come through, does my cursor show up? It does, okay. So you'd come out there, run around to the side, open the gate, and then the gate takes you down here. And then when you're here, presumably your goal would be to get that lift working. I guess you go down here. Let's move the camera out of the way. Oh no, this leads to the factory. Okay, so that leads to the factory. From the factory you would go down. Oh look, a gate. There's like a little gate here. And again, I'm guessing that's there for a reason, because I don't know why you would make like a fence and then arbitrarily shove a piece of grating in it, which makes me think like that probably did something. Actually, it would make sense if that connected all the way across to that somehow, like through a bridge or something. Yeah, and then you'd go to the factory and drop down here. That would take you
I get it. Like, I think what you'd have to do is you'd have to complete that section of bridge. That makes sense. And like go across here, and then that would lead you to like this area here. And it also, so you can kind of figure out the progression path they're going for. Because if you look over here, if you came out here, you don't have a means of getting to those buildings because there's a gap. So you'd have to unlock them. And I think you did it by beating the factory area and then running out the bottom and crossing the canal. So we're sort of getting like... The other thing about From games is that the levels tend to work backwards. Like we talked about Hemwick, and like Hemwick, the Hemwick you're playing now is in reverse. You used to play the other way. You used to go out of Hemwick to Yharnam, and now you go from Yharnam to Hemwick. But they both work fine because it's such a complexly designed area that it can work from both directions.
Indeed.
Yeah, so... And again, like, there's another example. We have this little improvised bridge that's just sort of sticking there. So I want to see what else we can find.
Also, if you think about how Cathedral Ward is designed, you really could approach it from anywhere of the paths, anywhere from the paths that it does lead to. So it's clear.
Yeah.
Also, if you think about coming from the outside, it makes a lot of sense that they would design Hemwick as a peripheral town, and then you get from the outskirts to the city. It's kind of strange that you start from the city and get to the outskirts after.
Yeah, and also like Hemwick's a crossing and it's got stables, so it makes sense to somewhere like you'd stop on the way to Yharnam.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and also just going by like
the ghost carriage.
Them ripping off like Dracula stuff. In all those Dracula stories is always like the scene where they stop at the old like the town on the outskirts near the castle. And the people like, or the castle when the moon be full or something like that. And it sort of reminds me of that, yeah. Oh, hang on, there's a little... Yeah, we can go through here. It's down here. Where am I? Map. And you can see, like, this... This is sort of, like... You can see the imagery repeats with, like, the bridge where the Church of the Good Chalice is under it. Because that's like you have the church and then the big arched bridge above, and this is very similar.
It really is, yes.
So you can see like
I was thinking, in fact, when you said it looked like a canal, I was thinking it also looks like Yharnam from above. When you begin the game and you can see the church where the Bloodstar Beast is. So yeah.
And also, like, it's really interesting that down the bottom there's trees, because Yharnam does not have trees in it, really. It has, like, dead trees and, like, old trees that are placed like you would see trees placed in an urban environment. Like, they've clearly been planted by someone. Whereas if you look here, there's just, like, it looks like a forest that's grown naturally. And same with up here, like, these don't... Like, there's just, like, clumps and clumps of trees, and then down here there's these very big trees. If you drop down, you can see, like, those things, these are huge. So, it's like, they sort of... It feels a bit more natural, in a sense. Like, it feels like this is a naturally occurring clump of trees. It doesn't feel like an urban environment where the trees have been planted in a specific way. Let's go. What's this? What's this? What is this? This is like a... Ooh, spiral staircase. Okay. This is new. I apologize for the...
Oh, it looks so weird.
This reminds me of the Path to Forbidden Woods. Where there's like the spiral stairs that go down.
Oh, wait. Aren't they those stairs that are everywhere, like in Canehurst, but also after you fight Parl? That winding path of stairs.
Yeah, but it's massive though. It's like really like long.
I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It does look like a spiral
Let's
staircase,
follow it.
indeed.
We'll follow it up, and then if it doesn't go anywhere, follow it. Okay, so it follows it up. Hang on. I've probably got to find somewhere without space we can drop down. I stupidly didn't program in being able to drop down at will. You have to find somewhere that doesn't have floor and drop down that way. So that's the top of those stairs. So if we pop out, yeah, there's like this. There's like some other steps here, but it doesn't seem to connect to. Oh no, unless we follow this. It's through here. Yeah, I think this is probably like an area connection that they didn't. It's not in this version of the map because we only have a little chunk of that. Yeah, there we go. So they terminate down here. We just keep going, and then yeah, there's nothing. So that presumably goes to another area that we don't have anymore. You drop down. But yeah, that reminds me a lot of like entering Forbidden Woods, I suppose. Like it's just this big spiral stair that leads away from Yharnam. Yeah, so let's hop around here.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, hang on, there's a little path there. Is it the same one? Every time I reset the camera, I have to press escape and then A. And I'm like, why did I make it like this? I think I was just looking for buttons I wouldn't hit accidentally.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See, there's
That
like
makes
a
sense.
sort of... Yeah, that's where the stairs end. Go through here. And,
Oh, cool.
yeah, so there's like... What's that? Yeah, I don't know, that might connect. That there's like, that's a sort of irregular shape that makes me think it's meant to connect to something and doesn't anymore. So, yeah, I mean, as interesting as this is, I think we've seen almost all the things you can actually explore, because a lot of this, like, we can sort of just we'll poke around for another about 10 minutes, I guess. Because like we gotta call it a day at some point, and I think like maybe the best way of doing this would actually be to do it in a 3D editing program, because then we'd be able to hopefully delete individual like meshes from the map. So if there was a wall or something in the way, we could just like hit delete and get rid of it, instead of having to sort of awkwardly squish through it. What's this? Oh, that's where we were before, okay. So yeah, it does the thing actually that Bloodborne does, where like it seems absolutely massive because there's all these buildings, but then you realise most of the buildings you can't actually go into. Like they don't have interiors.
Yeah, that's true.
Having said that, this seems to have an interior. Is where we were before? Yeah, I think it is. There's like a little ledge that like... But this is the path we were exploring before with all the crates on it, I think. Yeah, this is definitely... Yeah, this was before. You can see, like... You can't from the inside. From the inside, there's nothing, because it only renders from one direction. But then when we fly up, we hit
Like it's solid there, but it's only visible from one side. That's how this works. You just like, it's called backface culling. If there's a side you're not going to see, it doesn't make sense to waste power rendering it. So it's just, you just don't see it. But yeah, like you can. This is kind of back where we started. This is how you'd get to Upper Cathedral Ward.
There's actually a lot of Central Yharnam that is similar to this.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, those polygons are quite broken.
Yeah. Well, basically what I did was, to stop myself going insane, I just imported the whole map and then I procedurally generated like collision, because it was just a 3D object. It didn't have any mass or solidity. And I just made it procedurally give every single polygon make it solid. So that's sort of why it's a little weird, because if a build, like a door, we can't go through it because it renders the door as solid. Things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you, if there's any of you who have not done 3D and don't know about that, when you see that weird shading on solid objects, like you see a weird shade triangle, that means that the polygon isn't closed. It means that basically, like, polygons are usually triangular and they are closed forms, but if you model a certain way, they will not get closed, and so it really depends on how it's been modeled. For my last 3D exam, I modeled the Bloodborne weapons, and one of the weapons I was gonna model was the Beast Cutter. But no, sorry, not the Beast Cutter. The Beast Hunter is safe. But I couldn't finish it because I had that problem with the polygons. If I was using items, like an item to basically put a hole in the polygons I'd already modeled, and they all became triangular, and so the textures went.
Yeah. You
possibly
saw a similar thing in Kingsfield earlier, and Armored Core, because the PlayStation, because of the way it did polygon textures, there's a lot of texture warping, so it would render one part of the polygon one color and the other part like slightly differently, and they'd warp and stretch. You can see here, something else is going on here. Yeah, see that, like, see as I'm turning, the object to my right is sort of like flashing. That's because that's like two objects that are laying on top of each other, and the engine doesn't know which one is the
same plane.
It doesn't know which one is the closest to the camera, so it's not sure which one to render, so it's doing both. And there's actually a lot of examples of that in Bloodborne.
Oh yes. You wanted to see my renders, Doc? Because I do have them. I can give Richie the pictures.
Yeah, okay. We might do that before we finish up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the renders.
Yeah, okay, if you just send it to me, because we'll probably finish in about 5 minutes, because I think we've... As cool as this is,
okay.
Most of it is empty. Like, I keep thinking it's empty every so often you find like this. I'm like, I don't know if this is actually a space that you're supposed to get to. Oh, it's a hall, I think it might... Oh, well, we're back... Yeah, we're in this room again with the spike. You keep finding this, like... Every time we go anywhere, we end up back in this room with the spike, and we still don't know what the spike is for.
I'll actually take screenshots of the renders, because I rendered them in full HD, so they're a bit heavy for my connection. So I'll take a screenshot that is compressed. And
so I'll reveal why you do that. That, like, because I put this together, I also programmed in an ending sequence. So when we're done, I'll like quote unquote finish this game, and then that'll be the end of the stream. The reason I was testing audio before is that it does have music. I want to make sure it comes through. The music we're going to listen to, Bloodborne doesn't really have any like thanks everybody music, because it's all gothic and somber. But I found some music from Armored Core that I thought sort of fitted the mood.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's still technically
It's wonderful
from.
since we ended. Yeah. Also, I apologize, but the textures on my renders look very plasticky. But that is because that year when I did this exam, I had the six exams to prepare in one session. Sorry, 5. And I absolutely had no time to make good texturing after modeling for that long. So they look like plastic, but that's because of lack of time. I couldn't really do much.
I'm gonna have
Build the boom hammer and the hunter's hat. Or requested a weapon and a hat, so I used Bloodborne. You can kind of imagine how cool it must be to create this stuff. Like, you have all these gladiators, but it starts as some blocks and then people add textures. I know 3D modeling was my favorite subject in university, and I loved doing that a lot. But it was not the job that... It was not my job, so... I should have to study on my own. During the Platinum round last mentioned, there was a dear ta-da chime sound playing in an old building in the tower where you can find another cathedral ward. The one you can see the big plaza from.
Yeah.
Oh, that is nice. Yeah, the tower in Cathedral Ward that you have to climb and survive. Yeah.
Okay, so we got 5 minutes to go. So let's start wrapping up. Yeah. So people really like your render.
I'm glad.
So
I'm looking at that. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess that brings Return to Yharnam 2021 to a close for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible that we got here. It feels like such a journey.
Yeah, the event is still going, but basically like our part in it is sort of over at this point, because Altair doesn't have a PS4 that works, and I've got to go back to doing stuff with Sin, so we won't really be doing much else. But we did a lot. Like, we've done like 5 sets of 5 hours over 5 days.
Yes.
It's like that's like 25 hours worth of stuff, which is quite a lot. And
it's been a brief history of From Software. We have gone through everything.
Yeah, we covered a lot of games. We had Mimi on, that was good. And like we were you co-opted with me through Dark Souls, which is really good. So
yes, it was lovely.
Yeah, we did so much. And I think we're on about 900 US raised, which is extremely good. That's more than we thought we would get.
Which is incredible.
Yeah. Okay. So, Altair, do you have anything to say before we finish up?
Oh, I would really like to thank you, everybody. Thank all of you. You stuck with us, and it was an easy project. It was not an easy project to get through because I was late organizing it pretty much because I'm dealing with a lot in real life that a lot of things that I have to organize now. So it's a peculiar moment of my life that I have only free time, but I also have to take care of a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so this was set up in about 3 days in advance.
Yeah.
So it's really wonderful that that you guys stuck with us and enjoyed the stream so much. I know we did,
Yeah,
for
definitely.
sure.
Yeah.
And that's the place where you can read. A watchman on Bergenworth guards the gate with a password. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
what you're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah.
That tower. Yes.
Yeah. So
Um.
so Altair's channel is set up to keep VODs for 2 weeks. So I've downloaded everything I've done
Yes.
so far. I'll download this when it's done. And then we'll probably put them on Sin's channel, I think. Just so they have somewhere
Yes.
to live.
So you can watch them up to 2 weeks, and then you will be able to find them absolutely on Sin's channel.
Yeah.
So make sure to visit, and if you want to see anything you might have missed, they will all be there.
Yeah. And even they were a good overview of a lot of things, so
yeah, I wanted to alert all of you that my channel is fairly inactive, and I hadn't streamed in months before this. So, but that is not because I don't want to, but mostly because my internet is not capable of holding up a stream right now. I live in a very isolated area, and we still have a phone line, so we don't have a fiber yet. So it's a bit of a tough time. However, if my connection improves in the near future, which should happen, then I will see if I can stream from my laptop.
yeah.
So if you followed me and don't see me active, that is the reason why. I used to stream more, but it's been impossible as of late. So that's all, just to give you a heads up.
Yeah, I think that's really what this has been. It's been people like just sort of covering each other's backs to get everything working, and that's really good.
Yes.
So we talked about
it's been like that because it's Richie streaming, but it's my account, so we kind of organize each other.
Yeah, like we talked about this before, but like the community is extremely loyal and extremely like. We always do things like we will always gather around each other, and I think that's really important because it's not like this is a fandom for a game and that's all we care about. It's like this game was the vector that brought a lot of people together who just care about each other independently, and like
absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm just going to do a sound check to see if you can get audio from my speakers.
Yes. So I really want you guys to know that about this community. It's incredibly caring, and we've always kind of held each other up and given each other a place to express ourselves and not feel lonely. That has always been true. As long as I've been in this community, so absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a sound check quickly. I just want to check levels before we end this.
Absolutely. So yeah, we have a special ending, so stay tuned in. And well, that's pretty much all I wanted to say, and I would say the final shout out goes to Math, of course.
Of course, yeah, okay.
Who runs the wiki on her own with just not much outside help. I mean, Richard works for the wiki, there's Jake, there's a lot of collaborators, but Meth is the one who implements everything in the final HTML. She handwrites everything.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the community that you can always fall back on, I think.
Yeah, and like if you want an idea of how dedicated Meth is, there was a point where she did not have internet access, and she literally went to cafes to use the Wi-Fi to keep the wiki updated during that period. Like that's how Dan was like asking like me to get she wanted to keep the leaderboards updated. Even when she couldn't get like internet access, so she's like, "Can you find me pictures of the leaderboard so I can keep everything updated?" And it was like, I don't know anyone else who would do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, can I give a little surprise reveal that only Meth and I know about?
Of course. Yes.
So, I studied as a graphic designer. That was what I graduated from last year. And I will be designing a new logo for the wiki.
Oh my God.
Because it doesn't have one.
That's so good. Yeah.
Yes, I will see how I can do it, but because I wanted to put the logo of the wiki in our layout when I designed it for the stream, but there wasn't one that was usable. You know, there wasn't a real logo, so I'm going to try and design one for Meth.
Yeah.
That's another little bit of news. I will be busy with that in the coming days.
Okay, I'm just going to mute you for a sec to check audio levels. I'll bring you back after
that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, we have audio. Okay, so we're about to send this home, I guess. Let's turn off the top player. So I have programmed an ending sequence for this, has music, has graphics. So what I'll do is, so we don't get interrupted, we'll say our goodbyes now, I'll turn us off, and then I'll just play that ending.
Very nice.
Okay.
Thank you all again for being there.
Thank you so much, yeah. Even the people who couldn't be here, we know that you were, like, you were supporting us anyway, you were helping, you were giving us promotion, you were saying... I had, after the last few, I had a lot of people DM me and just say, hey, what's the link for the donation? Because I wanted to send money and I missed, it wasn't good for my time zone. And then, just like so many people, there's just this huge it's not even like, you could call it an outpouring, but it wasn't even dramatic for people. It just wasn't a question. Like, it's like, we're doing this thing and everyone's going, all right, and did it. And it was particularly for Altair, who's like not feeling well and has been under stress and everything. Like, it's not been easy, but I don't think any of us have considered it like a slog. We don't regret it.
Not at all.
We're not glad it's over. Even though it's been a very tough
road.
If
you guys are still hearing me, am I muted now or
no, they can hear you. They can hear you.
Okay. No, I just wanted you guys to know that I have anxiety issues that are so severe that if I need to do something as big as this usually, and I have 2 days to prepare it, I absolutely freak out.
Yeah.
But that was not the case at all with this event. I was so enthusiastic to come up with something as fast as I could. So that is a really, really big change.
Yeah.
And it means a lot in how willingly and happily we did this. Yeah. And I also had been sleepless for weeks, sort of. I've been having really bad sleep issues for at least 10 days before we began. So it was hard to get through, but it doesn't mean that I did it unwillingly, and I always did my best to be there as soon as possible because I was happy to.
Yeah.
If you are here now and you haven't been there during the week, I would tell you to watch especially the Sekiro stream and the Demon Souls stream, because Demon Souls was an introduction and Sekiro was the one that was richest in analysis and so forth. And that's pretty much it. And I also want to say that again, that as we asked Meth, for now this will be a recurring event. So we have decided to do this at least once a year. Presumably in March for Bloodborne. So stay tuned. And also, I forgot to say it this Friday, but shout out to Sekiro because the anniversary of Sekiro was also this
Yeah,
week. The
yeah.
anniversary release. It's a special week for
Yeah.
Soulsborne.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's pretty much
Okay.
it.
Okay. So I just want to say, like, Raceland just said in the chat, he's quoting me saying it's not 2015 anymore, which is something that I've said a lot, kind of in annoyance at certain people who will come back and say, like, we gotta get the Bloodborne community back to how it was in 2015, by which they mean, like, they want it sort of their way and not the way it ended up. And
Yeah.
the way it ended up is so much better. The people who've stuck with it are exclusively the nicest people in the world. Like, I did not even, like, I was part of it in 2015 and I feel like I didn't come into my own as a person until a few years into it, when things sort of died down and it just became a close-knit group of people. Even if like you look, even if you look at photos of me from then and photos of me now, it actually looks like two different people, because I feel like I've been kind of like drawn out and become a lot more confident as a result of just doing this. I feel like I'm someone who has been online in some fashion since the mid-1990s, and I've always had some presence. And sitting here now talking with you all is the closest I have felt to people actually seeing the real me, as opposed to something that I didn't want people to see, just how I felt before. So it's been extremely it's been an extremely positive experience for me. It's completely changed everything. And like I was saying, it's not a case of saying, like, I played a video game and it changed my life, because it's sort of silly, but it's to do with, like, that became the thing that connected all of us. And a lot of us don't even talk about games together anymore. Like, Sin and I are just, like, we're just, like, inseparable friends. And we really only talk about Souls games when we're podcasting, because that's the topic. Outside of that, we have barely mentioned them. Like, I'm looking at, like, the DMs I've gotten. It's all people I know through Souls. It's like Mimi, Dahlia. We just talk about our lives. We're just friends, and having this community is wonderful. So
it's true. It always means a lot.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just, like, this is goodbye from the two of us. I'm just gonna mute us so we don't interrupt anything. And I'll play the ending that I programmed, and you can watch that, and then the stream will end when that's done.
Yes.
Okay.
And well, just before you mute us, I just wanted to say that it's kind of been the same for me. I didn't have an easy life in many ways, and one of my biggest problems is feeling unsafe and constantly in danger because of the history I've had. And so for me to go and stream and leave my voice in a video, that would have been unthinkable before I got into this community. I was even scared to start talking to people. That's how scared I was of the internet in general. But the Souls community changed all of that, and exactly as Richie said, it changed me as a person, but also made me meet so many amazing people. And we just it's like the Souls games are just our bonfire that we meet around from time to time and talk about. But we are friends, and we mostly talk about our lives. So I've always said that, but like, if I had to say that video games changed my life, I mean it very, very seriously, because for me they were a lifeline pretty much for all of these years, and the people I met through them are the most important. And so I owe everything to video games.
Yeah, like, I think lifeline is a really good way of describing it, because I was talking to like Xenolalia earlier, about like stuff we've talked about on stream that we would not have talked about 15 years ago. And she just said, like, that's because at this point the Souls community is like a life raft for like people who need each other. It's
True.
not about...
I'm sure you're familiar. You're familiar with the metaphor of Dark Souls and depression. I mean, you've heard everywhere, I'm sure. But like the way the Dark Souls resemble the struggles with depression or mental health, and how you get beaten down and keep dying and so forth. So I it's no wonder that we are all here in the end.
And the people who got into it to get in fights and prove they were like better at video games than other people, they've all moved on.
Yeah.
And it's just the people who care at the moment, and that's, I think, it's tiny, but it's a fraction of the size it was, but it's only the people who matter that are still here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you again, because this community is so important, and we will keep it going way after Bloodborne is in its twilight years and people start forgetting about it.
Yeah.
It won't happen for a long time, because thank you PS5, but still we don't know how long it will go. We will still be here, though. That is the important thing.
Yeah, when the game is gone,
we're ready to go?
When the game is gone, we will all still be friends, and we will all still be here, and that's the important thing. I don't want it to be a situation where we came together over something, and when it's gone, then we never speak to each other again, which is an experience I've had with a lot of people. We're in a position where, like, if the servers go offline tomorrow, like Altair PS4 doesn't even work. Like, if the servers went offline tomorrow and like our copies broke, we would still be talking, we would still be friends, we would still be caring about each other, because that's what it's become.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My PS4 has been dead since October, but here we are. I mean, yes.
And like, I'm looking at like the DMs I have, and like there's 5 open conversations, and 3 of those people have never played the Souls games, but they've met me through them anyway. They just drawn to them. Yeah. So okay. So I'm gonna make us go away, and then I'll play the ending, and that'll be it for Return to Yharnam 2021.
Yes. Thank you all for coming, talking about us, donating, and supporting us in any way.
Thank you so much.
It's only thanks to you that we could do this.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you want to know, I'll just use this command to help you guys out. If you want to know updates about the next times that we'll do this, I have a Twitter account that is dedicated to Bloodborne and Souls only. It's mostly inactive, but when we do these events, I always post here. So if you want to go follow on Twitter, otherwise I just post on Discord, Sin, and so forth. So from Sinclair lore or communities in general, you'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and enjoy the ending.
Bye.
Bye.